answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene
Raymond
So.
Smith here.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Delegate Otto So is present. Budget and Finance Committee room.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Almer P. Begay. Honorable Almer P. Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater is present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable-
At the training center.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker
I think
Jr.
the Honorable Eugene So is excused, isn't he?
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Mr. Speaker, you have 15 that answered the roll call.
Speaker, Key Allen Begay Jr. is here.
Speaker, Honorable Eugene So is excused, and Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. So with that, you have 16 members that answered roll call and 1 excuse, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that information. That, colleagues, thank you. We do have a quorum here before us and continue moving on down on that quorum. Let me go ahead and ask Honorable Vice Chair Smith if he could do an invocation for us this morning. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Vice Chair Smith, do you mind doing the invocation this morning?
Sure, sir. National Yada di Nico, Pinoco, Iskado, not so doesn't she means so doesn't be other di Nico, it's so doesn't she the whole lot. I wish I'll go. Here, now she's a speaker, so doesn't us so. We had this to na che ha nasi kato. Shidi and God called in Anish Lodo. And ye go not any than it. Not any a haben Anish echo da agenda that does also not che ha go here. The ne che ale a yokedo ale by yanda ido. But now did that even yesterday that is ne. Okay, a joke in David still. He can't as the leader. He launched the Dagi, President, Vice President, that Egido, County, State, Federal Government, that Egi. There you have much of this. So the code, Hawalia, Aquich, Hajimpa. He did he coronavirus station, Obahatsu behind the door. Hawalia, the Nashmoda, that will kill. Behind it. I see that will kill. Cool. Nakajin, but she didn't ask for the Yahato, Nito, Nache, she didn't ask for this. We don't want to continue in this coronavirus. So perhaps auto, yeah, the Yash for the. Of course, I put on so this is other course, she get and Vinigi, she not any than Vinigi. They are just like Anigi, but so this. He wasn't hit shadow, sweet or sunny that day. I don't get chin, he took header. I was out, Bahalia, Kea, Lee, Huda, Chianda, Janao did that day. A hair last year. I see one share binge law, they put out, but so the snow without a nasty cutter. A sky, higher, night. I led special session, then, yeah, call you stated, though. Pada hanne egi han ko eda sinil sado edik so so hatado the case of that egi ko so the single late Jesus Christ in the vision in that amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for that invocation this morning, Vice Chair Smith. With that, colleagues, we move on down on the agenda. We have recognizing guests and visiting officials. I don't have anybody in the chambers visiting us here this morning, but I just want to say everybody that's listening to us out there, thank you. Good morning on the World Wide Web, on Facebook, on Vimeo, on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us here today. We are in and having a special Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting of the 24th Navajo Nation Council this morning. We do have 16 members of the council on the line. So again, thank you to everybody out there that's listening in to this discussion that we will have on numerous different reports and legislations that are on our agenda. Our agenda is online if you want to follow with us on that. And if there's any changes to the agenda, we will upload that as quickly as possible. So without further ado, colleagues, let's move on down, and review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Patero, mind reading into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting via telecommunication, Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, April 30, 2020. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. 1. Call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2. Recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3. Review and adopt the agenda. 4. Review and adopt the journals, February 27, 2020, March 12, 2020, March 18, 2020, and April 16, 2020. 5. Receive reports. A. Report from the Navajo Nation Health Command Operations Center by David Nez, Health Command Center Manager, and Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director, Navajo Nation Department of Health. B. Report on Chapter Incident Command Centers by Dr. Pearl Yellowman, Executive Director, Division of Community Development. C. Report on alcohol bootlegging on the Navajo Nation by Jesse Delmar, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, and Philip Francisco, Navajo Nation Public Safety Police Chief. D. Report on veterans issues by Olin Kayomiya, Chairman of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. E. Report on Navajo Tribal Utility Authority's wireless efforts to increase student access to the internet by Clyde Casiado, General Manager, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Wireless. 6 old business none, 7 new business. A. Legislation 0088-20. B. Legislation 0101-20. C. Legislation 0102-20. D. Legislation 0103-20. E. Legislation 0030-20. F. Legislation 0039-20. G. Legislation 0048-20. H. Legislation 0049-20. I. Legislation 0057-20. J. Legislation 0090-20. K. Legislation 0096-20. L. Legislation 0100-20. 8. Close the meeting. Announcements. Adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, is there a motion?
Delegate James motion with the request. Second that motion, Kelowna.
Motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Helena. Comments, questions, colleagues, to the agenda?
Delegate James. Delegate James.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Shanale, Speaker. Ado not no Senegi, he can have his honey. Ado chat Kahat, and Konsk no Senegi, a con he taho, a Yahodit Aigi. Kodo a being hinge Kadole, Shanant no Senegi. Then he can not a hande, Iki, a Arja a large as a law, a Arja has Anigi. Arjun hot large the Tahigi, Mr. Jesse Delmore. Ecuador, Mexico, Arkansas, in this case regarding to add on under reports regarding Navajo police concerns Navajo police concerns regarding PPE supplies and donation items that are not being distributed to our Navajo Nation police. If we can address that under reports, I'll greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Legislation first. Speaker.
There's a motion, colleagues, by your Honorable Vince James to add on a new report, which would be F, new F. And that would be okay, well, actually, what we could do is, Honorable James, is because there's going to be a report on alcohol bootlegging on the Navajo Nation by Jesse Delmar and Public Safety and Philip Francisco, Navajo Nation Public Safety Police Chief. What we can do is we can modify that item number C to include that topic as well.
Okay, that would be fine too.
Okay, let me go ahead and put that on here. Modify item C, and that would be report on alcohol bootlegging on the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Police Public Safety Department concerns regarding PPE.
Speaker, if I may, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Hold on, Vice Chair. Well, that's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith.
I'd like to also
This,
add
this,
something onto that.
this is Amendment 1. Hold on, Vice Chair Smith. Let me go back to
Thank you.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland was first.
Thank you, Speaker Shinantai. I wanted to make a motion to conduct new business prior to reports.
Honorable Freeland, there's a motion already in place right now, so the recommendation would, there's two recommendations. One of them is that you would ask Vice Chair James or Honorable James to amend his motion to also include that, or I would come back to you after this, we vote on this amendment to add on to the legislation, add on this report.
Could I request that of my brother, Honorable James Shinantai? Get these legislations done, and then we can hear our reports. These businesses can then move on. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable James, there's a request to modify.
I'll be there. Yes.
Thank you. That move legislations before reports. Hey, Vice Chair James or Vice Chair Smith, you good with that? Vice Chair Smith,
Vice Chair Smith here.
are you good with that?
I'm sorry, my phone got disconnected. I think Freeland was saying something about adding the request to do the legislations first.
Yes.
If I'm right. Oh, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
I have
Delegate
one.
James here again.
Chair, I have Chairman Daniel So, who's just texted in. Chairman So.
Thank you. It's Shirley. Chair of Nabi Committee, Statement Auto. Grazie, Gedesnidole. Ero should have it has in Quaggy Sato it's a second Ashwin Chedole. Legislation 0042-20. I'd like to include that onto the Naabik'íyáti Committee. It is amending Title II, respective of the folks that would serve on the Net College Board of Regents. So that would be my request to add that particular legislation to the agenda. Without a Mississippi Kedo listed, Kedo does not us.
Honorable Chairman Daniel So, 0042-20, and to the colleagues, it's an action related to law and order, health, education, and human services, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council. It's amending Dene College Board of Regents qualification provisions at Title 10 NNC subsections 2003, 2004, 2005, and 2008. Superintendent and Board of Election Members. What this resolution will amend is the Dene College Board of Regents qualification provisions at 10 NNC subsection 2003, 2004, 2005, 2008, amendments concerning the position of the superintendent and Board of Education members. With that, Honorable James, you good to add that on as your motion? There was a request to modify
I'll
your
do that,
motion.
yes.
Okay, that would
I'll
be.
do that, yes.
Is this? And colleagues, that was just emailed out to everyone. And that would be new item M0042-20. Vice Chair Smith, you good at that modification?
Yes.
Okay. That, I don't have anybody else on the board. No one's texting. I haven't got a text message.
Delegate James here.
Honorable James.
Again, the speaker here has another thought on Hilton Houses 20. Although under report, can we also add a report regarding the donation from Attorney General Doreen McPaul and then also the Controller Helena Kirk in regards to the donations that Executive Branch has been receiving on behalf of the Navajo Nation? Thank you.
We haven't done anything. Tomorrow.
Okay, so you just want to update on from Madam AG and the controller on donations that have come into the Navajo Nation.
Yes.
Okay. And that would be new item F under reports. Mr. Smith, you good with that?
I'd like to go back to the police on the report just to get an update on the HAZ pay for first responders and see if they are getting their hazardous pay. And I'm okay with the add-on from Shamila. Didn't change.
PPE and hazard pay under item C.
Correct.
You got that?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Nobody? I'm gonna go ahead and do second reading then on Amendment 1.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, Amendment 1 is a motion to add discussion to Report C on Navajo Nation Public Safety Department's concern regarding personal protection equipment and hazard pay, also to address legislation new business before receiving reports. Add legislation 0042-20 to the agenda. Add report on all donations received by the executive branch on behalf of the Navajo Nation by Doreen McPaul, Navajo Nation Attorney General, and Pearline Kirk, Navajo Nation Controller. Mr. Speaker.
That, there's a motion and a second. Roll call on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green underneath or red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Delegate So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, amendment 1 passes 17-0. One of our colleagues excused. With that, moving on down, back to the main motion. Any other comments, questions? Madam Chair Cardy.
Speaker, I wanted to speak to the amendment, but I'll wait my time.
Okay. I don't see anybody else
Speaker,
on
this
the...
is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker. I would like to add a report onto the agenda. I'd like to hear from your staff, Speaker, on some of the issues that have been presented to myself and to other delegates as well. Specifically, the workload and also the hazard pay that has been in question, whether finance has received their pay. I think they were supposed to get a pay increase. We haven't got a report on that yet. And so I'd like to get a report on your staff there in the speaker's office under Tom Platero and under Linda Yovell. Thank you.
Chairman Nino, second that.
Madam Charles Newton, the question is workload and pay for Miss Linda Yovella?
No, I believe that at one point, council had discussed the pay increase for finance, the ladies who work in finance. We haven't received an update on that. Yes. And then also under your staff, the concerns that are being brought by your staff in your office, Speaker, specifically those concerns against your chief of staff. And then also the concerns brought by or under Tom Platero's department.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, my concern about is that we're going to be talking about pay, and that's confidential information, and this is in a public setting. The two is you're going to be talking about questioning about personnel issues, and you're going to be naming names. So I would suggest that we do that in, if not in an executive session, but more in a private session. But that's just, I won't let us start talking about people's pay over in a public setting.
Okay, Speaker. Well, however you'd like to handle that, I know that the attention has been brought. Had that discussion here at Naabik'íyáti. I recall at one point, Honorable Vince James did ask for a report from staff. Was called, he wasn't present. So however you would like to handle it, Speaker, the ball is in your court.
Speaker?
Yes. Who's?
No, this is Delegate Stewart.
Delegate Stewart.
I view that as an administrative deal, Speaker. And like you said earlier, it is going to be naming employees and whatnot. So I believe that can be more of an administrative issue. And if council wants to be involved on that, I think we can sit down with, as we have in the past, as we do on other issues, and bring that to the table at that time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Stewart.
Speaker, this is Delegate So.
Honorable So.
I believe relating to personnel matters, council doesn't have we're not the immediate supervisors, but I believe this is an administrative issue, and I believe that this could be taken care of internally on here. Try to dictate employment and pay and so forth. That there's policies in place relating to pay increases and so forth, and those policies have to be followed. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I was only simply asking for a report from your staff. I wasn't asking to name specific individuals. We were talking specifically about the workload that is currently happening, and I believe, Speaker, you had mentioned that at Naabik'íyáti, also special session as well, the workload that our staff is currently going through. And then in regards to pay, this is not specifically regarding how much people are making, but whether finance did receive the pay increase, and that was also brought up at Naabik'íyáti in council. So I don't understand how this is suddenly a now.
Okay, well, we can give you a written report on the workload and give council a written report on finance staff's process of what they're going through right now in order to get not only an increase, but also remember that they were allocated a bonus too as well. So we can give that as a written report from the speaker's office. I can work together with Tom and Ms. Uvella to get that completed.
Speaker, I'm okay with that. If Honorable Henyo is okay with that, because he seconded the motion.
Burning daylight.
Okay. All right. The staff, we're starting to work on that and effective right now on that report.
Speaker, to Chairman Nino, I'm good with that too. To get a report as far as how the staff are being treated equally.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, with that, going back to the agenda, any other comments, questions? There's none. Going once, going twice, going three times. Second reading on the agenda.
Speaker, there's one approved amendment, which is Amendment 1, motion to add discussion to Report C on Navajo Nation Public Safety Department's concern regarding personal protection equipment and hazard pay, also to address legislation's new business before receiving reports. Add legislation 0042-20 to the agenda. Add report on all donations received by the executive branch on behalf of the Navajo Nation by Doreen McCall, Navajo Nation Attorney General, and Perlene Kirk, Navajo Nation Controller. Mr. Speaker.
With that, roll call on accepting the agenda.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Calgate Jr. Votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Agenda.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lord.
Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor. You have a vote of 17 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
Then this is Pernell Halona. I vote green.
That 17 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 excused. Motion carries. We do have an agenda before us. That, moving on down. Review and adopt the journals. February 27th, 2020, February or March 12th, 2020, March 18th, 2020, and April 16th, 2020. Those are all emailed out to everybody. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion adopt the journal.
Ooh. A motion by Honorable Halona. Is there a second?
Delegate James second.
James, second. Motion by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable James. Any comments, questions on the journals? There's 4 journals. Going once. Going twice. I don't see anybody on the board. Anybody checks in? Going 3 times. That, go to board. Accepting the journals.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knezbach-Crotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green, thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes
Slater,
green.
green. Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Delegate Slater, green.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy
This is Delegate Slater.
Yellowhair
I
did
voted
not
green.
vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excuse, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, motion carries to accept the journals, 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with 1 excused. We are sending out the new agenda, and I think that just went out right now. So with that, colleagues, that'll be coming to your email account. With the amendment to the agenda, colleagues, we are now going to new business, which is legislations. And under new business, we are going to start with legislation 0088-20, sponsored by Chairman So, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Slater. Ms. Platera, if you can read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0088-20, an action relating to health, education, and human services, Naabik'íyáti and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Ronald Milton Thompson as Superintendent of Schools, Navajo Department of Diné Education. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Was there a call? Is there a motion?
Motion, Halona.
Bologna. Is there a second?
Charles Newton, second.
I'm Chair Charles Newton, seconds. That, Chairman So, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just Damon Otto, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for allowing me to present our candidate, Ronald Milton Thompson, and he is on the line. Mr. Thompson, to verify, could you address?
Good morning, Honorable Daniel So, and also Honorable Council Delegates. I am on the line this morning, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. We have the President of the Navajo Nation Board of Education, Ms. Priscilla Manuelito. Could she also verify that she's on the line?
Good morning, members, council, and Mr. So, thank you. And also to speaker, good morning, all the gentlemen and ladies out there. Priscilla Manuelito, Navajo Nation Board of Education. Good morning.
Thank you.
This is Maggie Benali, Acting Superintendent for Department of Senior Education.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, basically, I know there'll be detractors that will say you're doing this when we're having this pandemic, but at the same time, the needs of the students of the Navajo Nation, basically, their needs, basically. The needs of the students of the Bureau-funded schools are great and demanding, and so we've basically looked forward to the HES committee has basically lobbied hard and long to name all the members of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. And that basically, with the affirmation by the council, we've gotten a full seating of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. They've basically advertised for this position, the position of the superintendent of the Department of Education, as well as the tribally controlled schools. And through extensive review and panel discussion, the Navajo Nation Board of Education selected Mr. Ronald Milton Thompson and did it. They basically passed a resolution to name the candidate, and from there, legislation 0088-20 was authorized, adopted by the Education Committee, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. And based on that adoption, the candidate is before the Naabik'íyáti Committee to also interview and question the candidate regarding the future of the education of our Navajo students that are enrolled in the BIE-funded schools. We realize that in part, certain school boards throughout the Navajo Nation have taken on the responsibility of the treaty responsibility of educating Navajo children. They've done that through the passage of Public Law 93-638 authorizations, as well as Public Law 100-97. And by those means, each of those local school boards basically have said, we can do a better job of educating our Navajo students. And they've taken on that through authorizations from the committees, originally the Education Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, then transponding to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. So in that aspect, we see that some of our school boards have not taken their responsibility seriously. And we are in dire need of good direction, a focused direction. We are in dire need of a leader that is focused on preparing our Navajo students for all the challenges that they will face in the future. Much like each one of us, we've faced challenges and we've come this far. And in this naming of this superintendent, we will be taking another big step to assuring that our students will be provided a well-balanced education that will prepare them for college, vocational education, and of course the post-secondary educations of a master's degree, an educational doctorate, a PhD, a full-fledged doctor. So in that respect, then I would turn the floor over to Madam Chair Priscilla Manuelito to also give a view of how they came to their decision to name Mr. Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So and members of NABI committee. I can't nana to yan nana te siya Priscilla Manuelito Gedo Hatson Shlong Ashini Bashin Kia Bashe Topayo Nale. I am currently the Navajo Nation Board of Education president. I want to kind of briefly explain to you all members of the process that we went through to making our selection for Navajo Nation superintendent position. We did have several meetings. This was given to us when we had, but before the appointment was provided by the president's office. However, we felt that a member of 4 members at that time, or 5 members at that time, shouldn't take that action. So we waited until the appointment was made and discussion was started on appointing a superintendent position. We did do a lot of advertisement through BPM. They provided the job description and qualifications, and they took care of providing to make sure each applicant was qualified. And after they made sure the individuals that applied were qualified, then they were moved and provide it to Navajo Nation Board of Education. As soon as we got that listing, the first round, I think there was like 2 applicants. So we extended it and added additional time to re-advertise or continue the advertisement, and we ended up with 5 applicants. Within the 5 applicants, we interviewed each one. We provided a schedule. Miss Dr. Paletta White and Dr. Henry Fowler provided a rubric that we used through this interview process. We did how we separated it 2 categories was one rubric was for interview questions. The second rubric was for presentation that was provided by each applicant. The applicant could provide any kind of presentation. It could be a PowerPoint. It could be verbal. We left the doors open for them. We're thankful each provided a PowerPoint presentation that we provided an hour for them to do their presentation. The next hour we did interview questions. The interview questions were both in Navajo and English. Topics that we felt that were critical to touch up on during the interview were, of course, the categories were leadership, culture, knowledge of the federal and Navajo regulations, communication, organization, instructional, and human management, curriculum planning and development, policy and governance, strategic planning, and like I said, the questions that were stated in Navajo. We did have, we did inform each applicant that one of the critical that we're looking at is a superintendent that could speak and understand Navajo. And that's why some of the rubric scorings were not as high due to some did not understand the questions stated in Navajo, or they could not respond back in Navajo. We also provided a tally sheet, and the tally sheet we generated showed to the board members and to administration of Doty that all applicants were scored, and then Mr. Thompson did score high on the highest of each of the 5 candidates that did apply. We also, after we found the scoring, we invited Mr. Thompson back to our meeting for a little more in-depth conversation, and with him, we did wanted to do a public forum that individuals from Doty or leadership, tribal leadership, could come out to ask the superintendent candidates questions, but due to the pandemic, we weren't able to do that. So we did invite him to come back after the selection. We scored the candidates. He did a 100-day plan as a superintendent, what he would implement, what changes would he make, just kind of his view and theories of education, and again, additional questions were provided by the Navajo Nation Board of Education. And I also strongly understand where Mr. So is coming from, where we do need somebody in this leadership position, especially with a lot of the things that we've been facing during the pandemic. We needed that guidance. We need somebody that will continue to oversee our children's safety, but then also when this pandemic's over, to start uniting Doty, continuing to be the strong communicator that will continue to advocate for our children. We're very thankful for the individuals from Dr. Lewis, Mr. Benali, Mr. Davis, and Ms. Benali that have taken a part of this leadership role. And we just feel also the more important thing is we need stability for our children. As these names that I mentioned, we've had 4 acting superintendents, and we really need somebody for that stability for our children and for our Jody programs. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. So.
So we'll go now to our candidate, Mr. Ronald Milton Thomas. You have the floor.
This is Daniels calling in. Dr. Daniels. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Damon, Honorable Daniel So, and of course all the Honorable Council delegates who are online and attending this session. I do appreciate the full support of the DOTI Board of Education, the HESI committee members, and also the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates. Good morning. Ado nda yat initiative ni doles kodo. Jada ya shiteche hota shije. Mr. Thompson. Ado nan shnenigi eteshchi ni
3 minutes.
Ado kodechpi bashchino. Now kaid ne da shinaldo touchi da shicheho hota ya nan shneho. Ado kwa banhen sindo ke ni dini de kodo I think o hota de shis o kwa bene bigijo. I am a learner, an educator, also a leader, and it's been an opportunity that I was given to apply, and I'd like to thank the Navajo Nation and also the Human Resources Department and all the supportive team members that has taken this item thus far. I am originally from the Ganado, Arizona location. Ada IC Nashaho Ado Ada Iltato Ada Shiaho Aho Ado Oskat Linigi to bin Yesenzi do Lichto bin Yayan Kito Lichimyaji Hota Hotashinanish Ishiho Kunzata Holjish Ado in the Ayakon Amado Jet and Lini Abedot Kanto in the school board members and Lini Esto Abedot Kan Hota Shinanish Ishiho. At the same time, this morning, I would like to just introduce myself, and I know the current situation is different in the physical aspects or the features. I would, plan to meet with every council delegate, when time permits, but at this time, I'd like to make that my introduction and just my appreciation to all the honorable council delegates this morning. I've been a teacher for many years. I taught in the K-12 system for the public school system, also the grant school system, along with the BIE system, and have been a school leader in many aspects, not just in the position title, but in other areas of curriculum and development and scholastic activities relating to National Honor Society, to the Student Council, to sports, and so forth related to the educational systems here in Navajo Nation. Thus being the opportunity I've had to become an assistant principal at a high school and finally a principal at a high school system in the public school, and then moving my way into the BIE and eventually a grant school system here on the Navajo Nation. Thus being the my background for this position. So currently, today is my last day, officially my last day as superintendent for Shanto Preparatory Schools, and working toward that goal of educating our students and making sure that they, maintain those expectations, becoming productive citizens, and so forth. So, but I would like just to do that introductory this morning. So, my fellow council delegate leaders, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman Stowe, for that. That was 20 minutes. With that, I do have a motion and a second. I do have two individuals who have contacted Chambers here to go ahead and ask questions. So let me go ahead and go to the floor. Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. Chisilla, Aro, Kodoshan, I thought Mr. Stowe for this legislation. Aro, I thought Madam President Ndinigi for the Doty. Aro, Mr. Thompson, I saw. Okay. My question or concerns for this position again, and looking at the position, what is the board vision and mission statement? How does that tie in with the selection of this individual? Nation, you probably ask questions in Navajo and in English. How late parents and Madojat and Lenigik Adigi do yo the neg yadas here. Aro Kodogi a nana. How late within the Dodi program, on that, you have it from Head Start all the way to scholarship program. So in all the years, I have never seen a superintendent actually reach out to Office of Dene Youth. Where does that fit into this vision and mission statement? What is the superintendent what is the position going to be in once you get that seat? I want to know from the time you pick that appointment to say you're going to do this as a teacher, as a principal, now with the superintendent, from where you currently were at up until today. What have you learned? What have you picked up? Is that even enough to qualify to say that you can run this division of the education? So, communicate this and that. We're going to work with county, state, federal grants. I thought they put in years of experience. So, how open are you going to be to those suggestions and those ideas that they already have? For now, I reserve my time to share.
This is Honorable Stewart. This is Naabik'íyáti Committee. Unlimited time you're good on your time. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Naabik'íyáti Committee members need Linigi. I should say, Mr. So, legislation in so I wish we had more time for the candidate to provide his vision I mean, this is very, very important on the Navajo Nation. Larger, not only Itno Batahasta, but maybe we request that we have the full time dedicated to you. Kodo Nanish in the Hekinde Navajo Nation Council session did that. The Shane Nijical Lago time not at all because I really like to hear more the different section of the Navajo Nation's education system. I represent 5 chapters from the Chinle Agency. I got 4, 5, 6 different schools within my chapter. You got a BIA high school, you got a grant school, a community school, and then you got a public school in my area, and then you got the Head Start. And I think it's everywhere. And then the biggest one is just take down these questions and maybe incorporate this into your report next week or whenever we'll have the Navajo Nation Council's confirmation day. BIE in the Washington, and then right now we have Mr. Dearman, Ms. Pfeiffer, Lange, Yan Dahaz, Dik at the Sodada desk call on the Navajo Nation School. Sodada desk call. Upon Hatchinia, Doyego, they're not continuing to be engaged into the education. It seems that they're just finished school. Because the biggest concern that I have is those that are graduating this year. This year, there's no specific direction from the Navajo Nation, the board, and so on. How are they continuing to be? How are they engaging? How are the school, the local school board, the principal, the administrators, the teachers? I see them in one of the school classes. Shouldn't they be inside, maybe talking to individual students as such, as the way we're doing now? And we don't know how long this is going to be. And it's understandable that we can't control, but we're trying to prevent COVID-19. But continue to be how would you change that? Just to aid them, and there's no support. And telecommunication is one area as an RDC committee is really pushing to some extent. As the way we're conducting meeting right now, but they're not able to, because a lot of them, majority of them, don't have the devices. And then if they do have devices, majority of our chapters or communities don't have infrastructure. It's online, it's on the internet, internet, they don't have access to it. teachers, dan lindikin, dan lindikin, principal, dan lindikin, school board, dan lindikin. I don't believe they have a sincere continuation of engaging the students while they're still home, out of public school, and that are attached to these arts, which all and then if you notice, the legislation does say that you work at the pleasure of the school board on the legislation. But I do have a question: why would the school board president, being the board chair, motions, and at the same time, it's just like speaker makes the motion on a legislation and signs it, certifies it, because it was the 2nd of April. Ms. Manuelito motions and second by Ms. Gray. Although 11 in favor, 0 opposed. But at the same time, Ms. Manuelito signs being the president of the board. If that's happening, I don't really, I don't know what the protocol is for the board members. So if you're a chair, I believe you're just there to conduct the meeting. Yes, you can participate, but your chairmanship to the others. So, the resolutions of the Navajo Nation Board of Education for the chair give motion allowed, but at the same time, certified na yitla. I guess I need some clarification on that one. So with the education that you have and so on, I commend you for that. But again, the focus is back onto our children. I mean, we really just don't want, in a way, the other area is how are you going to coordinate, because but when they go back into junior, maybe like community college, a lot of them remedial courses will take it. It takes them about a year just to start going into their 101 courses. For 1 year, they spent so much money just to achieve what was required and what was required for them to finish at the high school level. Of course, social promotion that you open just because they reach the age of a certain age by a certain state of their policy. Social promotion that on that on China on hospital and then the other thing too is scholarship. The Navajo Nation Council we scholarships established that's if on the opeso chabadani chabane khay according at yard didn't get hayun chin hagwaship the evening and how can we could the Navajo Nation take the lead in having free tuition to educate our Navajo people, our Navajo students? And then there's probably some that wants to continue finishing their school. Adults have done liniki, I mean, could that be achievable with your leadership? How do you encourage the colleges to say that, hey, we need to coordinate or develop this type of a system to educate our Navajo students, because we don't want to divert them because it costs too much to go to college. Because that's one area. Again, that this falls back into the internet. I mean, could they do online courses as well? And then the other one, the key is veterans. There's no specialized system as well. The Navajo Nation, to my understanding, from the Veterans Administration, there's about 10,000 veterans. How much of them? How much of those individuals that needs to continue their education once they can't get back from the military service? But we don't have a sincere, proper, a good organization to support our veterans. but on stop and uninstall the hiki up on some bantas kesha. Could that haki shizig, Nashito Halit Art or Listen. Quick machine that has it or the quick machine hot it. Other unhitting hidden app and until the door. His Pinaho after the net are quite at all what but I see if you look at the public broadcasting system on the internet on TV, I mean I see the Arizona, I mean I think it's the Albuquerque Public School. They're doing certain segment on a daily basis to continue to engage with the students in certain subject. 1 hour, 2 hours, that's Navajo Nation. Tikat tit arch the huilne. Hashin bech yet to lito koto nan tindo lesant o hota. Who anxious larger CG opelagan like ashite lahoy yelko kotor but nai koton hashin na be hop zabina huil ati no CG koto best eta. She large pay yield kito large pay CG with the na. It now copy non hatching copy no shape on that store. The hotel was shipped over Hasi or the stick at the fundamental laws that Aki, how do you incorporate those into the your vision for the Navajo Nation? So I don't expect for you to respond back right away, but maybe I'll do a write-up on all of the area and send it to you, and hopefully that you'll be able to provide a response back to the Navajo Council. And maybe review some of them while you do the presentation. Maybe speaker request a slot or list during the presentation at the Navajo Nation Council confirmation that we dedicate more time to the candidate. That way, he'll provide us additional information on how to support. I support an individual that's willing and wanting to take the lead. So, Chairman Damon.
Yes, Senator McKillop, we can work on that. Again, that is up to the presenter and up to the presenter's time, and that is the agent. So it'd be respectfully up to the presenter. So Chairman there's a request to utilize most of the time to hear from the presenter at council when this legislation goes before council and moving down that path. But if there's anything that you need assistance from, if there's a presentation, please contact the speaker's office in advance so we can go ahead and get that information out to my colleagues and they can go ahead and move forth and making sure that they have that information readily available if there's any new questions. So without further ado, we'll move on to the next speaker. Honorable Elmer Begay, this is the lineup. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Otto So, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Yeah, Chair. Delegate Board of Education representative, and then also Mr. Ronald Melton Thompson. My question is, I guess I could say that congratulations on your being nominated by the Board of Education. Because to me, this is very important. We have to invest all the money and all the thoughts and into our knowledge, into our kids, our education. We invest a lot of things into our education and the students. Only that I get young that what he do car to around the hotel or Lisa. Part of white or this. Only that the what I hit off cut. So what I not think that echo. Is artist ne down to that ne go. Go ato ne ho ato chile ho go. Oh that hagi. Is it to nida. Oh this kado could it your god say is ani a jila go le fa. I see you share yalde one the other day na ho to the other so gas. Lady quite a other hotel I don't hospital. If you know how to do that, if you already know that these people are in need, hold that behind store, yes, she's the behind store, yes. She's what is the Katofia store, Chita. That's who the Sonic. I teach you today, it's like that. But the whole year, put a haggy Kinda, at the Hita. What are they by national? That's education. They all get all get at that team, none at that echo. So, when I said, they could all go on there. So they nominated the other, then you're representing Shanto as a superintendent. I wanted to know nobody Board of Education has the so year or academic achievement. It has the standard state in the don't the big at the other but could to the it's been so many years. So the past superintendents we should evaluate them with this school, the academic level. Yeah. What are they? I would say that your goals and objective. We want to see that. You see how that is needed. We were investing to a lot of money into our kids. Even what will be your goals and objective to do that? Today, COVID-19 pandemic. School board Board of Education I don't know how to see a superintendent at then has to hard to hard the hard seater. Although the yearly echo at then to each other at then to yen in the kuchi in Hutadonenda. But they the Hawago nas Agosta. Actually, as it happened in Tinsley, I get that the left out on the H and dance card. Out on the barriers and the Hachito cut. I do it so are the what are the because his has neco. He cheated. What are in the house as Linko. Out on the A crack Abraham has about other again than Tinko. I would want to ask you that. From your Shanto to Niago. Did you call Yahi Ronald Thompson did up in the end of the shortner? Is he over there helping the community? Trying to educate these kids, parents, no, I will ask that. Don't echo go Yaedi. Don't the I would say that. I would in just case could eat now it's really cheated. I deal with I don't was John. According to what I could do a bunch of case. Should it evidence But those kids out there, there's certain people, family members, relatives, and he could nan tan lingi hada hinse chast ejidat edo alon da asada insini da and the con chast ejida la khashi o you panis akon haden kha ita de ko de yan do da de ko beben da batin tin wan da ange ka khota ya akon ti da jo khota ve shahado lis ani de ni do lis ani an de ko bella ho a do lis ko But other yachts, I just killed and I keep cars angle. Until the speaker, reserve my time.
That Honorable Elmer Gay, there's no reserved time at Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting. Moving on down, Honorable also.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Who's on the line? Ado the Navajo ya Kodoshin Dice Hashing Soshin Neto Isa do what I don't Kodo Ashe Mr. Thomas. Da shin sabo ina ni sahoriye da ajabni hadin lala ado da nablache ya koto ya guess the Board of Education received only one applicant and they decided to run with it. So that's where we're at right now. Alcohol, I believe it was recommended, if I could remember right, the individual who claims that she's the board president says that the president recommended the candidate to the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Number one, how many candidates were vetted? How many candidates? That's directly to the Board of Education. Number two, Mr. Thompson, Ronald. I represent the community of Tuba City. And I was looking at your resume, and you did some work in Kaibito, and a committee member relating to the curriculum for. I'm sorry, but you were there relating to the curriculum team. Alcohol. I saw that you're in Kaibito. Kaibito has been the school that has been failing for years and years. I believe maybe you were the principal, if I'm correct, at the time. Alcohol. I'm just looking at what's on your resume here. Number two, if we should confirm you at council, how are you going to hold yourself responsible within 12 months of your hire, date of hire, though, if the test scores don't change? How are you going to hold yourself responsible to those actions? Because we had so many superintendents that came and gone. The test scores have never changed. And the easy way out, they say, oh, BIA, BIA. The key is to take over the school. Make it 100% Navajo. How are you going to hold yourself responsible for that child that's not improving their test scores? Whether it's a BIE school, whether it's a grant school, whether it's a state school. I really hope this is. I really hope that you're really looking at a chin has a chin do kick ego kick do kick on has unlit has ago kabatara these parents help their children to try to thrive in school. There are some homes that there's teachers out there that are putting students through the telling if they're not improving their test scores, they're putting these children and labeling them as special need. Once a child is labeled special need, that label stays with them throughout their whole school curriculum or their school years. How are you going to hold yourself responsible? And the reason why I say this is, once we give you the green light, the Navajo Nation Council and the President's office can't touch you. The superintendent position. And that has always been my question to Board of Education. How is the Board of Education holding our superintendent responsible for our children not passing these scores? And I really hope you can elaborate on that, because I want to hold you responsible if our test scores don't improve within a year, 12 months of higher. There's failing schools across the Navajo Nation relating to BIE, grant schools, and state public schools. How are you going to work with them to improve these failing schools to help improve the student learning? Hajo na antindon da oho hiki hit ego gosh bis na adole. Number 3, we have an education system that's in place, and Department of Education, Dodi. أكنت آسي أنه تيج كدوشن أنت خاشين زاغو نهسن مي سنيا. I don't question that. I don't question your schooling. I don't question the education you have. But I really hope that when you take this job, I really hope you overhaul Department of Education. The now when that nishan oyo don't his the nahan. The neto yis there was a public hearing that happened. Majority of the people said no on that public hearing, but Dodi continues to run with that projection or that plan relating to taking over certain aspects of BIE. I really hope you work with and try to overhaul that program, because you have scholarship that's in there. Office of scholarships, the Head Start program. The Navajo Nation Council, we had to bail them out But yet, our superintendent, our former superintendent, he did not say, I am responsible for this. He just passed the buck on and said, oh, it's Head Start. Once you take that position as the superintendent, you are responsible for every child, whether it's Head Start or all the children that are in school across the Navajo Nation. I want to hold you responsible for that. I really hope that you work with us. And like I indicated earlier, once we give you the green light at council, once we give you the green light, you're in there. Whether the school fails or Doty goes down, we can't touch you. Council can't fire you. The president can't fire you. And once you hold that position as the office of the superintendent of schools of Department of the Net Education, basically, in my mind, the superintendent can tell the council, thank you for appropriating my salary. And tell the president, thank you for signing off on my check. How are you going to hold yourself accountable to the Navajo Nation government and to the Navajo people? Lastly, you have so many schools that you went to, and whether it's K through 12, it looks like you were a high school teacher, a social studies teacher, and so forth. From here to council, if you could get me your get the Navajo Nation Council a copy of your evaluation for each of those schools that you were there. Head Start yan sunny dog at 11th grader and Linigi that's going into the 12th grade. You in that office is going to affect the education relating to those children. Ash ani ti diginen ado ash ani hajot ido kholato kunna. One more question is, normally what happens is when Doty starts to advocate for federal dollars, it's mainly the Navajo Nation Council that's at these budget formulations. And I really hope that you're there, but sitting there beside Navajo Nation leadership at these budget formulation meetings that happen in Washington. Because these are federal Indian dollars that come down the pipeline, whether it's through the state, whether it's, or the state is impact aid dollars or BIE dollars. Ako ade peso hidente hiki ade yego akisinde nasho baba nacho hajo sido hote do ano asho hajo sa ohodon nihinsen ako ade bashin ade shi tide ohod anja hasido lito to ka ba honzen do le the net okay Eba Shinne. There's an issue of Navajo as their first language. And you bring a child to the school system. Who learned Navajo first? And doing that transition from Navajo to English, none cut. I'm a product of ESL. Nek esabo oh ayul chinwat ahitahalot ako hajon kaban san kitole hala nakachinin late da kaige ipashin ako I really hope that you get these questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, moving on down, this is the leader. Madam Chair Charles Dugan, Honorable Brown, Chairman Hino, Honorable Paul Begay. That, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, fellow Speaker Damon. My colleagues, good morning. So I want to thank you first for your interest in this position. I have stated before that for me, it's a little bit difficult to confirm an individual, especially when they're not in front of us and I can't see them eye to eye. I really think that during this process, it's always really important to look at body language and also to make note of eye contact. So having to do this through teleconference is a bit difficult. I want to state that your vitae is really, it's astounding, and it certainly displays your experience in the educational field. I also was looking over your resume, and I did notice that there were several points in there that I think are really worth noting, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. My questions are really kind of simple at this point. First, this is just a comment that maybe to speaker staff or maybe to the sponsor, but it would be great to get a copy of what your actual job description and responsibilities are. Because to me, I think that this allows me to measure your qualifications and how you answer questions during this confirmation against what that job description and responsibilities are. I do understand that the legislation does reference the Navajo Nation Code, 10 Navajo Nation Code, Section 106G 2A as the the code that has a description of what you're going to be doing, but it doesn't provide exactly what your responsibilities are. All it states is the Chief Administrative Officer of the Board shall be the Navajo Nation Superintendent of Schools, who shall be appointed by the Navajo Nation Board of Education, subject to confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council, and shall be empowered to do all things necessary and proper to carry out the responsibilities of the board. Again, this is why I think a copy of your job description and also the responsibilities of what you'll be carrying out would be important to attach to this legislation. In that regard, I also want to mention that it would have been nice to have heard from the candidate, as already stated. It would have been nice to have given more time to the candidate on, so I could hear what his opinion is on the current situation of our schools, and more importantly, how you plan to address those issues or those concerns that are coming in from parents, also from administration and from teachers. For instance, I want to know what your thought is on, parent involvement. There is a joke that goes around during basketball season that parents seem to be involved more with basketball games than they are with actual academics of their students or of their children. So I want to know what your thoughts are on parent involvement and how you plan to get parents more involved in education. I also really tried to speak on behalf of bullying that occurs in school. We are currently seeing a different type of bullying. We see that happening on social media, and as a result, children have committed suicide because of that. So I want to know how you plan to move forward with anti-bullying prevention, and what your plans are on that. And then the last thing that I'm also interested in hearing about is what your thoughts are on test scores, measuring the success of students, especially when studies show that minority students have issues with standardized testing. I know that around testing, I call it testing season in school because they seem to be doing these usually towards the end of the semesters. But whenever there's testing that's going on, we see letters coming out from schools advising parents to make sure that students are sleeping well before the night of the test, that they have a good breakfast. And, you know, there's these guidelines that are sent out, and it's usually right around that testing time. And some of these testings have been associated with how much money schools receive as a result of what is coming back based on the testing. So I think that those are some of, you know, just a few issues that schools are currently facing right now that as a delegate, I would like to know what your opinion is on that and how you plan to address those issues as well as others that I'm sure are going to pop up as well. So that's particularly with students. The other concern that I have is I didn't hear anything, and perhaps you can elaborate a little bit more on this when you come before us at council. But how do you plan to address the concerns with school boards? As you are aware, we have many school boards here on the Navajo Nation. And many of these school boards are receiving, or members of school boards are receiving stipends. And the issue that I have with that is, I believe Honorable Carl Slater, I remember reading a press release on this, but I know that the question was, how do we test or how do we measure the success of school boards? I know that delegates and other people will probably tell you that school boards are not involved in personnel issues. They're not involved in what's going on at the school. But I think I want to say I beg to differ, because we have seen multiple reports, whether it's on the Navajo Times or the Associated Press, on how involved school boards are in the everyday activities of what's happening there in schools. And so that's one of the issues that seems to be popping up, as well as the stipend pay that they're receiving. So what I want to know is how you plan to work with school boards and what your thoughts are on the duties that they are performing, and then more importantly, what your thoughts are on their stipend pay. So those are a couple of questions and concerns that I have at this time. I know that these will probably be elaborated on when we get to council, but this is what I wanted to hear from the candidate. And I appreciate the information that was presented to us by Ms. Manuelito on how the candidate was picked during the interview process. But I think the question that the previous, I can't remember which delegate had asked, how many applicants applied for this position, and what was, like the rubrics that you used to determine the best qualified candidate. Is that something that council can look at and see what, how they were measured? This is a very important position, and it deals with the education of our children. So for that reason, I still have a lot of questions, but I know that because of time, it can't just specifically be pointed at me and asking all these questions, because there are other delegates that have other questions as well. But this is particularly pointed towards the position that you're applying for. So with that, Speaker, thank you, colleagues, for listening to me. Thank you to the candidate who has applied for the position. I'm going to go ahead and go back on mute now. Thank you.
I'm Chair Charles New, in the request to Speaker's office regarding the job description that was emailed to you and the rest of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Moving on down, Honorable Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Although based on 24th Navajo Nation Council, although Craigie, Mr. Thompson, for your interest in this position. I thought she was in beta non-Nishaya Nitaz
ado lago ya bashindan ko IGCG the TATigi iket od linige ya achne no setlet joiben to KCG bigige kikwegi ado khalid abansin kes ado khalid adi de engiden adat esai njono bashindan ado njono bichiya ta atki njono nikache na antkin ndeyilla ado sai ya bathaunda ado sai gahanten halan sabit indahe nan le wadan das ani hasin ton das in the haisin tindas le e chade ma je kan leni do beyond das ai ko od avanza keso sa yu ya don nan she ta haji inda e aje hasin ko e hasin so I don't mentioned so yeah you do have a very impressive resume e yeah and the schneidel the first question I have is, what's really helped me in my position, and this is going back to a lot of the trainings, is sometimes I see a lot of your, kind of like a sterile leadership trainings and what the state recommends, the rubric, and it's like this very policy-oriented goals that Dodie might have or before when you were at Shanto. So those are the benchmarks that you already have. What would you say that you are doing differently? I'm really interested in, I know that this is not a part of this, but what I find in leadership is when you take other trainings that are not recommended, maybe other books, I don't know, podcasts, it helps me. But above all, the Nebenantkin, Linigi, how do you compare the Nebenantkin? Western education school board and I was a school board. And then when I was there, unfortunately, what I saw was, as a school board member, we went in and we said, like the agenda was already made. So we went in, we did a little bit of research, and we actually just mainly voted on a lot of stuff without question. The number one problem we had was parent involvement. And I think, what would you do? How would you start a campaign to really get the parents involved, and also really getting the community members involved? It's not just the parent, it's not just the teacher's job to teach our children to make the best citizens. We all are aware that aunties, uncles, these little communities that we live in, everyone has a role. And how would you incentivize, maybe that's the wrong word, because what I'm finding, it seems like some of our Navajo people, our parents, they won't come out until we have this big incentive. How would you, like before summer comes, and actually now, during this horrible pandemic, well, that's another segue. The question to that was, what is your plan? I know that we have huge challenges. We have some challenges on the Navajo Nation with Wi-Fi access. What do you think, or what would be your top 4 plans to bring Wi-Fi to the children? That means you would have to work with Navajo leadership, Navajo Nation Council, Dodie, school board, the schools, and the state, the 3 different states that Navajo Nation is currently in. How would you work with them? I noticed on your resume that you did some grant writing. Are you currently aware of any of those grants out there to bring? I know Navajo Nation Communications Department is working on that. I know NTOA is out there. I know that's kind of the scope outside, but as a superintendent, I think it's really important to see how you're going to go forward dealing with this pandemic. We don't know when our students will return back to school. We don't know, and how do you? There's a lot of graduations that are going on online in high schools and promotions also. How do you see that, and how do you feel about that? What's something I'm really looking for? Creativity in your leadership style and your managerial style. I know that I did sit on HES before with my wonderful colleagues in the 23rd Council. What we found with other leadership roles is sometimes when you give authority to people, sometimes that can be abused at some level. How would you ensure yourself that you're keeping yourself accountable? I think there's this one book that I've read where they said, as a podcast, where if you want to be a good leader, you're going to invest in, when you go into an organization, there's going to be people there that are going to be lower on the totem pole. But yet, the wealth of information that they have is insurmountable. They might not have the doctorate degree that you're working on, your master's degree, but they have been there. They know the communities, they know the children, they know the parents, they know the other staff. How would you tap into that resource? Because sometimes when a new superintendent or a leadership, anyone with authority, when they go on, they want to change everything from what they have learned. And that doesn't necessarily sometimes work for being, and if you're going to become superintendent of Doty, how would you work differently with the school board members? How would you work with the other school board members, with the BOSBA? I think the key thing is what we have found is, and how would you address the silo effect within the school board, within Doty, within the schools? How would you break down those current barriers? We're all aware that even not just in Doty and education, but we see that throughout Navajo. If you can really think about that and then have a conversation and bring that to us. So I think I really do agree with Delegate Kealan Begay. Maybe, and then at the Navajo Nation Council, you can bring all of that, our questions, and I think that you will get more time to give us that. And what you have done, I'm pretty sure that you have done some creative things in your past. Previously, the position that you're vying for, you're going to have a lot of authority. You're going to have to carry the whole Navajo Nation and all the 60-plus schools, and then working with, and then I hope that you're not on so many committees that you might be neglecting your superintendent position. Maybe your whole job should only be just being superintendent of Doty, and send someone to take care of Utah education, Arizona, and New Mexico. It can keep you apprised, but how much of the time do you plan to spend in the Doty office? How grounded will you be to be there? I think this is a wonderful opportunity for myself and my colleagues that we're using this technology, conference calling. We're actually saving a lot of money. We're saving our people money right now by staying home and doing conference calls. And now we're also seeing the real investment should go towards Wi-Fi, towards internet, to broadband. Maybe we can direct some of our travel funds towards that so we can make that a reality. And so I commend you, but you are, I really have to think really hard about this. Whenever we confirm someone from the 23rd and this 24th Council, there is sometimes when you hear of what's going on. And my final question would be, what's your how do you see yourself in this superintendent position? And what is the definition of a leadership for you, and how you would use that to work with Doty, school board, the BOSBA, the accreditation, and how would you work on that? So AA, no, just kidding, Linda. So thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. That, moving on down, Chairman Hino, floor is yours. Chairman Hino? Chairman Hino, you out there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, good morning, Select Speaker Damon, and also Shananta. Here this morning listening to Mr. Thompson. As far as Daniel So for sponsoring the legislation, bringing forth Mr. Thompson for the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Again, Mr. Thompson, good morning. Ms. Manuelito, President of the School Board, good morning. Just one thing is I want to bring up is that if you are confirmed by council, you have a big challenge ahead of you, which is a recent action by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee as they dealt with the school board reapportionment digging. And so that's where a lot of the concentration will probably be focused on is the effects of the legislation that was passed by the committee. And they have final authority, so that changes the makeup of the whole school board across the Navajo Nation. And so that's one task that will be put in your hand. The other one is also working with the Navajo Nation Election Office to get ready for the 2020 election, which includes the school board. And also with this new apportionment plan, there will be some challenges ahead of you when it comes to getting the school boards organized under the ballot for voting and the new members to be going in. So that's one of the biggest challenges I have. The other part is working with this current situation that the Navajo Nation is in right now, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're sitting here talking like the school's going to start normally in the fall of 2020 with nothing happening. But as everybody is aware, this pandemic will not be over for, I don't know, maybe this year, next year, which will affect the way the students will be learning. And if the current situation persists and August 2020, the Naka Hotel, and then what plans do you have to address the learning of students from when they have to stay home, and also how would their test scores be measured if they have to do homeschooling? But that's just one of the thoughts I wanted to put out there for your consideration. But I'm sure there'll be more questions at council. But I just wanted to congratulate you on your courage to step up to the plate to be the next superintendent for the Navajo Nation. And I'm sure there are a lot of challenges. As you've heard from my colleagues here before, the expectations are high for you. So, Eben Nacha, just want to congratulate you for your courage to step up to the plate and take over the helms of the Navajo Nation education system. Then also for your commitment to the students, wherever you served. I was looking at your resume. And my concern, though, is that it seems like you're just staying in one school for less than 5 years, and you'll go to another school and move so forth. And so really there's this, it's just like people would say job hopping type of thing, but I'm not going to concentrate on that. I'll concentrate on what's happening now. And if you are selected, then you would need the support of the council and the school boards also. So I did, I can't so
Hey, with that, moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair Shata, Mr. Seth Damon, colleagues here, and also Shichi Koto, Sabitan Hodit, in Tatonin, so Eba Shenson, and also to Mr. Thompson, the proposed or potential Superintendent of Schools, Shady Paul Begay in Shiga, Ray Artego, the Chi, Bishka Gate, Sanapan Sabatin, Tuna Helling, Kaibi Twa, Ade Ya Nat Afa, Lanasta, Niya, Ko Shah, Ko. There's 2 schools close to my area that you had a stink with. Had a time there. They did Nanishin Lagi, Nashin Gota. At the Health, Education, Human Services Committee meeting. They had seen the Honorable Delegate Hinio. Yeah, Nana see. Halit ego iyat yidijin da as nishko baka the teaching experience, the work experience. I can read off right now 2 years, 5 months, 1 year. As long as I see is 4 years, other 1 year, 1 year. What they got kids in this. This is a very important position, being the superintendent of schools. It makes you nervous. Halit ego don't zago now after that. Jot avan sakis. I see yego. What bars and non what bars and the sheep on that. The other thing is when you get elected into a position, in this case as a council delegate, you listen to your constituents. They nepan chagagi sistan inninki ebikaho bishmas anasa not lehegi bikakon nji na do bikaho hatsi ko ebis adiki dichilyehi ebe hatsi kwagi the fatego ishi yasazundo eotanashin ako I be toward a non-shin lala. Ado shan todo non-shin lala. And the quaggy shit is agi eya. The quickoshin I dikit. Ishva old trats and a street and has tongi. Ish the halnet. Mossad not I the clingy text messaging. Such a halnet. E cut quaggy nahot hat nigo. Okut ego each had digi I see based on our ragi hina da idil kit abellah that's a quite nice yet so hot ego da idil kit do sa school attorney da peta date contract but then they are on the daliada so hot ne do kut ego na anish ko has na sa nada bit hoti kota kut ego da ado pana pa instinta ado hasteliada ado hastanaliada kut ego oba hayos na len hatningo kut ego ba hanna ko dina anish sa na ni yegi ya ai si ego beta date kut ego na anishigi do bahas anda. There's no room for that kind of issues. And if there is issues like that, it needs immediate attention. I don't know, favoritism da. Ado a large nepotism. Nanas conflict of interest. Okodat betadet. Didn't ye yaski. Naway ahtego. Put ego ho ado hasteliada. Johanne. Ado the old tate ata ningi ado dasiti sada. We did not hear how these schools or school boards feel or di da ko nai de kit o hayu ko agi has ko she di de shinge ego the nisha I ahagi adi sun sta e ko ego ya na khabe hatitsi just that na ado shin so page mas anni plengi nikin ai de kit o hayu ati o hayu kati shin de inda ta istigi lago I nai de kit paho a she di o ban sas kes ko on nda de sos on son ban sas kes na gai has kantin is kanje da o ko ego da hashodi ma fin ai de kit ol khade anniki na ajnshid int adi ki the neda ninki to be school board members done zinki so even the kitiki yeah they know firsthand how the work was done or of course say honorable delegate so to you had the ol khat ado naste yada I be told so what ego the halit ego ado sa la think ati ko so school public school jin an ajda today ya see has which BIE nas each ajin na din ki ya pakai ultagi ajiki da say ya to jo ba hazunda aro ba has on ida egi ida tige ko da ba hazun so ko da na kit ko ni na kit o hayibe Long Speaker, the Speaker Damon, I would like to make a motion to table this legislation for at least 60 days so we can get some feedback from the locations that Mr. Thompson worked, and so we can have a better idea how to evaluate because this position is a very important position. That would be my motion. Thank you.
Speaker, I second Delegate Stewart.
Honorable Paul Begay, thank you for your motion to table. The question I have, I know that the timeline's in place, but I guess your question is getting information. Are you wanting the sponsor to get that information with? And what specific information are you looking for?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to get specific information on qualification, specific information on work experience, why such short terms at these locations. These information and all other information that the delegates, right now we've heard from a number of delegates, and so far there's so many questions that are being asked. These questions that the delegates want answered, we would like to get those, because we are, in the end, we are the decision makers, whether to confirm or not. So that's the reason for my motion to table. Thank you.
Okay. Chairman, so there's a request to gather information, not only from what your colleagues have included today in questionings, but also whatever you can gather in order for them to go ahead and be ready, I guess, in 60 days to answer some more of these questions that need to be clarified according to the tabling motion. I recognize the tabling motion and supersedes the previous motion for 60 days, no longer than 60 days. This will come back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And I think there was a second, my Honorable Stewart. Table by a second, my Honorable Wilson Stewart. Colleagues, there's no discussion on the tabling motion. And I'll go over to specifically, and there's no discussion at this time to the sponsor due to the fact that only 3 minutes is given to the sponsor during Navajo Nation Council session. We're not in a council session, we're at the committee level. So that was a motion, second table for 60 days. That.
Question of privilege,
Question of privilege.
Daniel. So
Chairman So.
regarding the
Go ahead,
tabling
Chairman So.
motion, regarding the tabling motion as well as the draft of the legislation, Navajo Nation Council is the final authority. And by other aspects, even though a legislation is voted against or tabled, it goes on to the next step in that succession of authority. My question is, does this go on to the council even though the Naabik'íyáti Committee tables? That is my question. To Legislative Council.
Yeah, I mean, no, yes, for Legislative Council, so.
I'm just looking for the provision. Tom or Manuel, can you tell me where the site is on the referrals?
Officer of Council, Ms. Barbara, clarify.
Good morning. 2 NC 164A11 states that a legislation that was tabled by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to subsequent assigned committee or Navajo Nation Council. So in answer to your question, if this is tabled, it shall move forward to council, as council is the final approval authority.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barbara. So, Chairman So and colleagues, the question is that, let's say if there's a special session tomorrow, Chairman So can ask for that legislation to be added to the session, and it would just be needing the approval of the council to go ahead and add it on. Or in this case, it's a tabling motion. Honorable Paul Begay can request to the sponsor to make sure that it stays here for 60 days. But again, that's up to the sponsor of the legislation as to write in the code. Other than that, we are on Councilor Begay, question of privilege.
Speaker, Chair, I have a question. Privilege is while we're going to be tabling this legislation, I think we need the count. Could we get my question privilege is to get information, specific plan is preparing for our Navajo students or the schools across the Navajo Nation, how they're preparing and helping getting our students to be graduating. Senior high school. I'd like to get that information on behalf of the Navajo parents. So those that are having their students in the school system across the Navajo Nation. We were hoping, and I was hoping that the current superintendent nominee would get to work quickly. But these are the areas, sometimes it gets too political. So let's go ahead and I'd like to request for that, Chairman.
Okay, we're gonna move, put that as a request to Doty. McGee. That, comments, questions, not, oh, actually, tabling motion. That roll call. Tabling for 60 days on legislation 0088-20.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Google vote screen.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan Gay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I did.
Delegate
Oh,
Brown
did you
votes
got it?
red.
Let me see. You got it? Let me check a message.
Colleagues, some of your phones are not on mute. We can hear discussions in the background.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Hello, Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Ball Crotty votes red.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
The Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika. The Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
The Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Vice Chair here. Smith.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed, and one excused. Mr. Speaker.
That 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries the table for 60 days. That, moving on down, colleagues. On to legislation 0101-20, sponsored by Honorable Hino. You could read it into the record.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman So.
Thank you to the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I will honor the tabling motion and not pursue to put on the Navajo Nation special session agenda. So we will honor the vote, and we will follow up with the request to the questions and bring it forth when the 60 days are up. Thank you for the consideration and the matter that came before the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Again, thank you.
Hey. Moving on now, legislation 0101-20, sponsored by Chairman Hino. You read it to the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0101-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti and Navajo Nation Council, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-18-20. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion by Jimmy Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Yellowhair. Second?
Second by Delegate Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. I don't have anybody texting in, calling in. I don't have text messages on my side. Once. Twice. Only 3 times. On the board. I'm on. Legislation 0101-20, destined for Navajo Nation Council.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Delegate Daniels. I vote red for now.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Somebody is driving, is having your, can you please turn your phone on mute? Here's the road.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
The Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
The Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green for Navajo Hopi Land Commission.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
The Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty.
Votes green.
Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty. Text voting green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker,
Hey, that 18 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 excused. Motion carries on legislation 0101-20, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Henio. That moves on to council. Moving on down, legislation 0102-20, sponsored by Madam Chair, Honorable Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Vice Chair So, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Chair, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0102-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti and Navajo Nation Council, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-19-20. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Is there a motion?
Delegate Juanita, motion.
Honorable Wanika,
Second Yellow Hair.
motion by Honorable Wanika, second by Honorable Yellowhair. Comments, questions? I don't have anybody on text messaging right now. I don't have anybody on my text message. I don't have anybody calling. Going once, going twice, on legislation 0102-20. Going 3 times. Roll call on 0102-20.
Green for the chat trees. None of them plant chat trees.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay,
Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Calvin Gay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty, Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty, Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels,
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Delegate Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henry votes green for the chapter.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Vince James votes green. Go all the way
Honorable-
for chapter.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green for the non-certified tractors.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor,
I voted
0
green.
opposed.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Honorable
This
Amber
is Delegate
Knazbot
Amber.
Crotty.
Oh, Ashona.
Honorable-
I'm sorry, Miss Linda. This is Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you very much.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty votes green. So with that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
Pat, 0102-20, moved up the council with 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with 1 delegate excused. That, moving on down to legislation 0103-20, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newman, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Vice Chair So, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Walker. That, Mr. Otero, if we could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0103-20, an action related to Naabik'íyáti and Navajo Nation Council, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-17-20. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, is there a motion on 0103-20?
Motion, Helena.
Motion by Honorable Helena. A second?
Otto So.
Second by Honorable Otto So. Colleagues, have anybody else texted in on either phones, numbers? I don't have anybody else call in. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. On the horn.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. Begay votes red.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Thank you so much.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green. Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
MNDR members have begun a discussion.
Speaker, what are we voting on? My phone got cut off.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
This is on the main motion for legislation 0103-20. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
Honorable Otto So votes green for the work of the prosecutors and Department of Justice.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Vella. That 0103-20 moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay,
Point of order.
Speaking on morning. Point of order. Who was that?
Kealan.
Point of order.
Speaker, maybe do clarification on the website. The reason why I voted red because of the information that I'm looking at with different information. Price gouging is what is attached. But I believe that if this was going, the funding was going towards the judicial branch. So if that's clarified, I may have a different vote at the council session. FYI, that's my point of order, Speaker.
No. Okay, thank you, Honorable Campbell. That moving on down then to legislation 0030-20, sponsored by Chairman Nino, co-sponsored by Chairman So. Chair, if you read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0030-20, an action related to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-19-16 titled Approving the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund Income 5-Year Expenditure Plan and waiving 12 NEC Section 1162B for a limited time period, reallocating funds in Year 4 from office buildings to the Tohajile Development Plan. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Daniel So.
Second that motion, Kelowna.
There's a motion by Chairman So, second by Honorable Lona. I don't have anybody texted in. Any comments? Nobody on the board? Going once? Going twice? That's it to go to council. Went 3 times. Roll call on legislation 0030-20.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer Pipke votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I'm gonna vote green, brother.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green for Tohajile Eastern Navajo Agency. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Kelowna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green for the community Tohajile.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, with that, 0030-20 moves on to council. The vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking on voting and 1 excuse. Moving on down on the agenda, legislation 0039-20, sponsor by Honorable Otto So. Sarah, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0039-20, an action relating to the Resources and Development Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $1 million to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority from the Citizen Fund to assist in funding materials to connect Navajo homes to the electric grid under Light Up Navajo 2, approving and adopting the integrated material fund expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NEC sections 2501 through 2508. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Elmer Pibigay.
Motion, wow.
Okay, LJ Yellowhair.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yes. Okay.
Comments, questions, colleagues? I don't have anybody on text messaging. I don't have anybody on the board. One once. One twice. One 3 times. For the board. Roll call on legislation 0039-20.
Honorable Elmer Pibigay.
Elmer Pibigay votes green.
Honorable Elmer Pibigay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Doug Callen votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbach Crotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Knazbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Featured speakers include.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green for my community and all the Navajo Nation.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Delegate Charles.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor, 5 opposed.
Green from Chairman Vinyard.
Okay. Going back to Honorable Edmund Yazzie, he votes green per text. So with that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
That legislation 0039-20 moves on to council. The vote is 17 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting and one of our colleagues being excused. Moving on down on legislations 0048-20, sponsored by Honorable Elmer Begay. That, Mr. Platero, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0048-20, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $2 million for the Navajo Nation's Department of Justice Water Rights Litigation Unit to continue litigating on behalf of the Navajo Nation and to protect the Navajo Nation's water rights, waiving 12 NC sections 820E and F. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Delegate, hold on a second.
There's a motion by Honorable Brown, second by Honorable Halona. Comments, questions? Nobody text in on either phones. Nobody's on the board. Going once. Going twice. This is destined to go to council. Going 3 times. On the board. On legislation 0048-20.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
This is, should I vote for more
Honorable
money for
Eugenia
water
Charles
rights
Newton.
litigation? Wait, I gotta vote. Wait.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kinnison votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green for Utah water rights.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green for Utah water rights with my brother and my sister. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Bone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I vote green. Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Nez is thirsty for green water.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton texts that she votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
That, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, one of our colleagues excused. Legislation 0048-20 moves on to Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, moving on down, legislation 0049-20, item number H on our agenda, sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So, co-sponsored by Chairman Edmund Yazzie. That, Ms. Patera, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0049-20, an action relating to Resources and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, rescinding CO-47-12, reaffirming CAP-11-11, and respectfully requesting that the United States Congress enact legislation consistent with the principles stated in CAP-11-11 and the Eastern Navajo Agency Land Consolidation Goals of the Navajo Nation. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, that is there a motion?
Motion, Daniel So.
Motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second, Paul Begay.
Well, Paul Begay. That, we have players. So, Humber Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Arashanata Nasenigi. Thank you very much. As you can tell, this packet is got a lot of history in it, and it's very thick, and I appreciate the opportunity to sponsor this legislation. I do have my agent on the line with us as well, Mr. Larry Rogers. This was a effort through the Eastern Navajo Land Commission reevaluating, re-examining the Nellie process, the original Nellie process, consolidation of checkerboard lands and land exchanges in Eastern Navajo Agency. As you can tell, the packet does predate itself. Some of this history goes way back into the early 70s when this process was started. So we're reinitiating this process. We have spoken to several congressional offices in D.C. and Congressman Ben Ray Lujan is willing to sponsor this legislation and get this process restarted. Shanatai, as you are all familiar and are well aware in our area, in Eastern Navajo, we have what they refer to as checkerboard area, 18 different land statuses. So one area could be deemed as trust, one area could be deemed as fee, travel fee, private, state, BLM, whatnot. But we have to deal with 18 different land statuses. So making sure that we can reacquire some of our ancestral lands is going to be very important. So, Mr. Rogers, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. If you want to just go a little bit more historically about Nellie, what you were working on previously.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Presiding Chair Damon, members of the Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon. But I guess, these are the times and perhaps a new way of doing Navajo Nation government business. But anyways, for introducing me as well to Delegate Freeland. That Nellie project with the Navajo Nation Council on 2 occasions approved this project. Even your document is quite thick. So really, what you're acting on is like a third of the size of the booklet that you have. So on the Nellie project, Nellie stands for Navajo Exchange Legislative Initiative. So for short, that's what we call it. It's been work that's been ongoing since 2012, but as indicated by Mr. Freeland, that the effort to consolidate Navajo lands in Eastern Navajo has really been an ongoing process since about the 1930s. In the 1930s, Executive Order 709, to make it reservation. Around 1934, it filled Congress. In those days, if you can recall, the mid part of the 1900s, so they had a great deal of clout in Santa Fe as well as in Washington. Any Navajo effort to restore Eastern Navajo to a reservation status, and so beginning in the 1950s, you might know that the Akasi owning ranches, they started selling their ranches. So who was there to purchase it that had enough money to buy, thousands of acres of fee land? It was the Navajo Nation. So since 1950s, the Navajo Nation purchased 27 ranches west into Arizona. That's about how many ranches the Navajo Nation purchased. And since then, just recently, and 2 years ago, the Navajo Nation traded back a couple of those for
state lands that were scattered in the New Mexico side, in eastern Navajo. So could old ice, a lot of things have happened over the years in terms of historical context that really changed and fixated the checkerboard. That he died. Oh, how long is the halal? Yeah, okay. I so we needed to look to Congress to fix some of these. Okay, even in like I said, beginning 2012, the Eastern Navajo Land Commission has been looking into this Nelly project in hopes of relaxing some of these rigid land ownership and so forth. So that's what this really is doing. This it's a much more comprehensive package than it was when it was originally conceived. There were certain other land complications that were in the way. Even not namely the Fort Wingate land settlement in the Fort Wingate matter that was settled with including Zuni's involvement. So so under this council, the new commission really wanted to reactivate the project so that we could go forward with it. So in Washington, Lujan, Udall, Heinrich, they were all for it. They've been waiting for it. So and sadly enough that we were not getting this out of the way in time while Udall is still he's still there. So I say with his term up and so forth, we'll probably have to be looking forward to the new leadership in Washington to help us through with this slowly after the Navajo Nation approves it later on. So so making that more comprehensive, what it's done is added tribal fee lands. In order to convert tribal fee lands into trust, there is an administrative process for it under the U.S. the Department of the Interior. However, it is very costly. You have to have experts in environmental areas to be able to do that in the process of converting fee into trust. So we're talking about 400,000 acres out in eastern Navajo that is fee land. So if Congress acts on it, it negates all those other processes, and we don't have to go through environmental clearances and all that to convert all this. It'll be under Congress's power to go ahead and just directly put it into tribal trust status. But also, it also says that the legislation also says that we could be able to, let's say, given about maybe 120 days or so after Congress acts on it, we could be able to work with the Interior Department to put some of these lands into restricted fee. Restricted fee, hey, there's a great latitude. You don't have to go back to Congress. You don't have to go back to the Interior Department to use it for a variety of purposes, including economic development. So, the other thing, there's kind of like a sprinkle of land patches throughout Eastern Navajo that are under executive order. Those executive order lands, schools, by the federal government. So, so Navajo Nation itself can own those lands and then lease it back to whomever, to the schools or whatever. So those are additional considerations that were added on to the original Nelly. The original Nelly included federal land, 2198 land. There's about 96,000 acres of that. That's considered railroad land. That's what that is.
And then there's a small piece of land near Fort Wingate called Sheep Lab land. Now, it's about 5,500 acres. It's still be dogs. No, that's under the original Nelly. So on top of that, the two other that I mentioned have been added on, which makes it more comprehensive. Now, also added to it is somewhat like an enabling legislation for the federal government, the state of New Mexico, and the Navajo Nation to eventually trade off lands so that the state lands and the Eastern Navajo become trust lands. The state would get lands elsewhere within the state of New Mexico. So, like it happened in the legislation, we point out that this happened in Utah back in 1998. So, in Eastern Navajo has there's still quite a bit of state lands that would be out there that communities can use for community and economic development, despite the exchange that already took place November of 2018. So, for giving me a chance to explain part of this legislation. Thank you very much.
Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes your presentation, Honorable Freeland.
Yes, sir.
All right. We do have a motion and we have a second. Okay. I did have some individuals on the board, but I guess your agent answered those questions. Honorable Freeland, so going once. Have anybody else texting in? Going twice. Okay. Going three times. Legislation 0049-20. Roll call.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green per text message. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green for Ishinomawah Agency and the Great Navajo Nation.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. The Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Know that Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
Be right,
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green for Eastern Navajo.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
That legislation 0049-20 moves forward onto council with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, and one of our colleagues being excused. Moving on down, colleagues. Item number I, legislation 0057-20. I just got a memo for the sponsor that he's withdrawing this legislation.
505-873.
So 0057-20, legislation is being withdrawn. Moving on down, legislation, item J, 0090-20. Sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Chairman Daniel So.
5, 6, 7.
Speaker, can you remind people on the call to mute their phones? There's way too much feedback. This is an official meeting.
Colleagues. Who's that one? Okay. Colleagues, please remind yourselves to mute your phones. We're an official meeting capacity of Naabik'íyáti Committee. If you have any questions, please, you can direct those questions at the chair. Other than that, please remember to mute your phones, colleagues. That legislation 0090-20, sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay. Ms. Platoon, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0090-20, an action relating to resources and development in Naabik'íyáti supporting HR 292, a congressional bill entitled the Rural Broadcast Permitting Efficiency Act of 2019. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Is there a motion? Motion on legislation 0090-20.
Yeah.
Going once. Going
Motion by
twice.
Delegate Ricketts.
Motion by Chairman Nez.
Walker, second.
Second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Comments, questions? I don't have anybody on
Just one.
other cell phone. Nobody on the board on legislation 0090-20. Going once. Going twice. We have a player. Jay, Honorable Keon Begin, you have 20 minutes.
Speaker, sementara sendiri kodo di nalsos. Case sendiri adida. There's a bill at Congress level, HR 292, and I'd like to acknowledge, recognize my agent, Mr. Carlisle Begay, just because that the office at Washington level, there's a limited staff at these offices to participate and clarifying a lot of, there were going to be a lot of questions. Speaker, since the shutdown of the Navajo Nation and across the United States, the only means of communication, we're realizing how important it is. I mean, if we had the capability, maybe from each of our house right now, we could utilize live streaming and so on. But even just a phone call, we're having a lot of technicality. A lot of times we miss information, we get cut off. So just imagine what our Navajo people are going through. Those that are, they're not able to have cell service with each of the community across the Navajo Nation. So be holong ko ye gon nan den gi shinsa be betin da hui nashi aro ol ta da hakika ko or you devices are being offered. But if you go, if they take it back to an area where it's not, don't have cell service, why do we even giving out these Chrome notebooks or even having a cell phone, knowing that it's not going to work where they live? And then telehealth need a second if you're off the reservation, doctors can easily communicate and talk with their patient from home and so on. I mean, there's a whole lot the broadband that's capable that the nation could continue to stand to say that we really need broadband infrastructure, telecommunication on the Navajo Nation. Of course, this bill does have certain language in there which allows each tribe across the United States to be able to have access to deploy infrastructures on Navajo. As you know, that we have a lot of policies, we have a lot of information that we have to go by. Earlier, like telecommunication commissioners, telecommunication office, but there's an office also has certain policies that they have to follow in order to implement. Land Department, and then some other areas that they have to abide by certain policy. So this is just, in a way, allow tribes to streamline certain areas that the nation could always have to get things going rather than wait for approval from the BIA or something at that nature. Speaker, Mr. Carlo Begay had been having contact with the sponsor of this bill at Congress, Representative Curtis. So yeah, Ecuador bill introducing maybe give a few minutes to him, and then I'll go ahead and conclude my comment on this legislation, Speaker. Ms. Carlo, if you're on the line with us, go ahead and start.
Thank you, Delegate Kealan Begay, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As Delegate Kealan Begay had mentioned, we've been in contact with Congressman John Curtis on the HR 292 Rural Broadband Permitting Efficiency Act of 2019, which he introduced last year in January. As a bit of clarification, HR 292 is an ongoing effort by Congressman Curtis that started back in 2018. In an earlier version in the previous Congress, he sponsored the House Resolution 4824 under the same title, the Rural Broadband Permitting Efficiency Act of 2018. The bill addresses two key issues for the Navajo Nation. One is the lack of authority to conduct environmental assessments for broadband permits on operational right-of-ways would be addressed. And secondly, the lack of access to broadband infrastructure. By some estimates, about 40% of the population of the Navajo Nation is without access to wireless services, while the national average is about 1.5%. About 53% of the population of the Navajo Nation have access to wireless broadband, while the national average is about 97%. Some estimates identify that even higher percentages of homes that lack access to broadband services are even greater than the numbers that I just reported. So HR 292 authorizes Indian tribes to conduct environmental assessments on operational right-of-ways, on tribal lands, U.S. Forest Service lands, and BLM lands. And this new authorization would provide an opportunity for the Navajo Nation to streamline environmental review processes and to create efficient broadband infrastructure planning for those that live on or near the Navajo Nation. HR 292, again, was introduced last year. It was assigned to two subcommittees, the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands, which Representative Deb Holland is the chair of, and the Subcommittee on Conservation and Forestry. I'll note that the previous House resolution that he introduced in 2018 did pass the U.S. House of Representatives and was stuck in the Senate. The bill was attempted to be hotlined through unanimous consent, but there was some dissension on the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. And so in our conversations more recently with Congressman Curtis' office, they feel that with ongoing discussions related to Phase 4 stimulus package discussions and a focus on infrastructure and broadband, they feel that with the support from the nation, this would help allow them to position this bill to move forward. They have talked to members of the Commerce Committee in the Senate as well. We've begun discussions as well with Senator Kirsten Sinema and Senator Tom Udall, who are minority members of the Senate Committee of Commerce, and we will be reaching out to Congressman Deb Holland's office in the coming week as the committee chair of the subcommittee to see if we can create some action on this particular measure as well. So with that, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, happy to answer any questions.
Honorable Kealan Begay, is that conclude your report?
Speaker, that will conclude our presentation on this legislation. As again, if there's any recommendation in the content of the actual bill, it's at Exhibit A, and Anno Delegate HR 292. If there's any recommendation within that language that's drafted, it's just a matter for us to make an amendment to request those amendment, and then we can continue work with the representative's office, and then distribute the support by the Navajo Nation Council should it pass. Ecuador, our delegations for the state of New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Arizona, Colorado. Representatives Congress Speaker.
Naabik'íyáti. We do have a motion. We do have a second. We're going down to the board. Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't the sponsor of the legislation, Keith, brother, thank you for bringing this legislation forth. And although this legislation should be considered as a no-brainer, and we should all support this. But one of my recommendations that I would like to maybe pass on to Carlisle so that they could take it forth to the bill sponsor in Washington. And one is that go ahead and input into the bill indicating the approval of the right-of-way once the right-of-way route is determined, the approval process, because once Congress approves this, it comes down the pipeline and so forth. Right-of-way, no, other than that, grazing consent, no, hatni. Other than that, no, seasonal, we need some sort of waivers to be put in place by Congress so that when this bill is passed, this HR 292, and this is relating to the broadband, and this will benefit all Navajos relating to broadband. Right away do the nayada hikada do shishikeya nida. And once it's approved and the route is determined, the right of way is approved by Congress, because once it gets back over here, it's going to go back to BIA. Realty office, ikata nahas kado leto chita di bihana it ato behna it ahba behna heos leto aro behna ha apa da anda they're going to approve the right of way. Even now, Coco, if we can, maybe as a recommendation to the congressional member to include language that once the right-of-way the right-of-way routes are determined, right-of-way will be approved by Congress. You use the congressional authority to approve these right-of-ways, because broadband is very, very instrumental and is important. It's important to healthcare. It's important to public safety and judicial. It's important to the economic, the economy of the Navajo Nation, and so forth. But we need that recommendation relating to having Congress approve right-of-way once the right-of-way, indicate in the bill that right-of-way will be approved once the right-of-way route is determined. That way you don't have BIA office in Gallup or at the BIA office at the agency level putting in their views. Oh, Deepa Hanana, you had to go do this, you had to go do that. We know that process. And I personally, I think BIA helped slow down the right-of-way approval process. When Sharon Pinto was here, I think the agency BIA area director Lynette had a right-of-way with rare metals in my community. And she I just told her, Father, you know that's clean. And if we could get those type of assurance in these congressional bills, I think we can get move things because there's going to be peso, but no, and these fundings will have restrictions. These funding will have timelines. And if you go through the regular process, and I believe that's one suggestion to Congress. And if they can approve it within the bill, that will be helpful for every community. Go there, yeah.
Okay. I don't see anybody else on the board. Anybody else text in? Go back to Honorable Kiambage.
Speaker, Santana Senigi, Ado Kudo's agent. The area, I know Kudo, the rest of my RDC committee member, chairman, no vice chair. We have been discussing and are discussing, continue to discuss how the Navajo Nation and I know that Land Department and BIA are in communication and how we continue to streamline the process where there's not much of I guess a duplication, but I believe RDC is continuing to discuss this particular situation, Ada, right of way, and not just only for telecommunication, but for electricity, water line, home site lease, and so on. Ada and it at the Kodo, so according to telecommunication, and then again, yeah, we can relay the message again within the language. If you wanted us to relay the message to the congressman's office, we can do that. But again, another way we can do is just add it on to as an amendment, recommending language within the bill. So I leave that up to the committee. I don't know if Mr. Carlo Begay have a response on that one as well. Speaker.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any amendments at the time right now, Che.
Okay, well, if that's the case, Goy, again, if there's no other question, I conclude the response.
Okay, that, anybody else on the board? Nobody texting in? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. The board on legislation 0090-20.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. Begay, votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green per text.
Technical difficulties at the training center, sorry.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote
Honorable
of
Begay here, Linda. Sorry.
Honorable
Yes,
Paul Begay Jr.
Yes, we had a phone breakdown here. Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and one delegate excused. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, legislation 0090-20 carries with final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, and one of our colleagues being excused. Moving on down, legislation 0096-20, sponsored by Honorable Kayla Begay. Could I get it read into the record, Mr. Platero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0096-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee requesting the Arizona Governor Ducey to include Highway 191 in the Smart Highway Corridor Initiative to install broadband conduit and fiber optic cable. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, colleagues, there a motion? Honorable Freeland. Is there a second?
Second, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith. That, I don't have anybody on the board. No one texting in. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Roll call on 96-20.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Keala Begay Jr.
Delegate Keala votes green.
Honorable Keala Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Delegate
Eugenia
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So's excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Wait, you knew about that?
Don't get trouble.
Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lorna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, with that, 0096-20, motion carries with Naabik'íyáti Committee being final authority with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, and one of our colleagues being excused. That, moving on down, legislation 0100-20, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Patel, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0100-20, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, supporting Arizona House Bill 2573 titled Appropriation, Laboratory, Navajo Technical University. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Vince James motion.
Is there a motion?
Delegate Daniel, second.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Honorable James is the motion on 0100-20. Second by
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Comments, questions on legislation 0100-20? Was anybody on text message? I don't see anybody on the board. No one's calling in. Going once. Going twice. Final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Going 3 times. On legislation 0100-20. Roll call.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer Pinky votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
That legislation 0100-20 carries. Final authority is here at Nabi with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. You're not voting, and one of our colleagues being excused. Thank you. Moving on down to item number M, legislation 0042-19. Oh, legislation actually is 0042-20. Sponsored by Chairman So. Want to read it into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0042-20, an act relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, Naabik'íyáti and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Ney College Board of Regents qualifications, provisions at 10 NNC sections 2003, 2004, 2005, and 2008. Superintendent and Board of Education members. We do have one amendment from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Amendment 1, page 2 of 5, line 18 and 19, due to typo error change to 10 NNC sections 2003, 2004, 2005, and 2008. Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Wanika.
Second, Halona.
That, colleagues, is a motion by Honorable Wanika on 0042-20, second by Honorable Halona. That, Chairman So, we have players. 20 minutes on the board. Honorable Chairman So, on legislation 0042-20.
Kusila, Sila, Chair Damon, Otto, Sasquishazon. Kudo Aya, the fountain is so slow. Yeah, Anita Sagita, conducting, see, in the Aya, legislation 88, David. So you need to focus on K-12 that only. So without answer, KCGA, so say baby. Superintendent, EGA, this amendment was.
Hold on. Chairman So, hold on real quick. Colleagues, please mute your phones. We can hear your discussions in the background. Go ahead, Chairman So. Sorry to bother or interrupt you.
Oh, my train of thought's really messed up now. I'm just kidding. Basically, it's to basically make sure that the superintendent of schools focuses on K-12 education. And that's the primary reason, to eliminate this superintendent position from the net board of regents. The other is the aspect of a member of the Navajo Nation Board of Education serving on the board of regents for Navajo or Dene College. And again, for the board member to focus on the 66 school BIAE funded schools. And that is the primary aspect of this legislation. I basically took this as an initiative when the 24th Navajo Nation HES Committee first came and took their seats. This was one of the items that we talked about. This is a step in amending Title 10, and that is the basis for this legislation. I'm not going to take up all 20 minutes. I'll basically limit it to this particular presentation, and I stand for questions.
Okay. That, colleagues, we'll go to the board. We have individuals ready. Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman So, for introducing this legislation. And I know that the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I do agree with one of the first change of swapping out the Navajo Nation Navajo Nation Superintendent of Schools, and allowing the Navajo Board of Education representative swap there. But one of my issues is that you're reducing the quorum from 5, a requirement of 5 to 4 members. Number one, these board members that are appointed to the board at the net college, why are they not showing up? And that's the reason why you are reducing the quorum. Number two, who is not showing up to those board meetings? Is this a time that we go ahead and remove those board members that don't show up? And that's why it sounds like there's a quorum issue, and that's why you are trying to address the quorum issue from 5 to 4. I believe that's probably the number that's based off of the Robert Rules of Order. The net college board, who is not showing up? Who's not attending those meetings? Because those board members who come before the council and say, I want to be a board member at the net college, who is not showing up? Let us know who those individuals are, and maybe we'll just drop legislation and remove them directly, and we can get somebody else that could make those meetings. But I wanna hear your reasoning for the reducing the quorum. With that, I may do an amendment relating to the quorum and leaving it as is to 5. Yeah.
Okay, with that, move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Again, Speaker, I don't do that. Delegate Daniel. So, like I was mentioning earlier, regarding school, it's been established since 1966. I understand how old it is. I think people were at that time very regarding the net college. People were very passionate that to see something a difference between that we're losing our language. I don't know that we're losing the ceremonies. We're losing our coffees. I don't know we're losing our identity, and then also we're losing our language. I don't know or philosophy and culture. They were passionate to see those people to stand up and say, which was proven over at that time, 1966, over 100 years is there since the Treaty of 1868. They look back and see how many people become a lawyer, an attorney, or a doctor. So maybe in a way of understanding that we have our own way of educating ourselves. So that today, all these people that are there, they really have passion? So this goes back to the same as the education. Even the board of education, the organizers what the Ghana go halani ash anidi ne hidi hizaba yelti ash ani be naso hundi do be juno be elkiti be yelti kwake hada nek ha yelti juno gos be elkiti shi ajgo adon dan junos be inna nitin adon de in juno gos ada pa huit negis etetni gos pa huit ne ده بدأت ده بقت أوتزيجت هي إيش حالت إيش نكتلن تاجينا بالغانا إيش ده بياناني التيتفو but I am just critical every nagoya my first one is kwagya and then the qualification asha ni could kasine not a just cut on it the next one and tingi as far as they know that you can have you can have so many type of educational degree. Hasn't that doctoral degree? Hasn't that launching a doctor degree? The next if you haven't speak one Navajo language, the next not all you haven't started your preschool yet. The head start yet with the education of the neck education on the beach and just because you can't you haven't started the neck language on the you still at the preschool level just qualification and nothing who you in the attendee that on the Chinese in the whole hold on just case because I knew if you're a teacher, if you're an educator, what's in the neck as you so there's in the balance and the neck that you're doing your job as a parent. If you're not doing your job, because you're going to it's been some numbers in $10. Just on has to go to 80 has not 10. Parenting has not 10. I don't because the back we're not even teaching that. I go just on neto. So that شوت هذا بيجي يشتيتنك أو نانتين والجهكي هو هذا يا بانسس كيس كودي qualification بايد تيجي إذا خمسة لا داس هو بانسس كي كجوشان إنك هاكي how many people will qualify if they're very fluent عشان we have passion for it Johnson يا كويس شنايدك كيس That will be my question.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. I don't have anybody else on text messaging or on the board. So let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman So.
Oh, thank you, Cecilia, Chair Naabik'íyáti Kwagi, Senata, and Dani, and Osenigi Kwagi Tato, Ibaha, the Ko Ayasigi Aya Isha superintendent of schools, to ajita, the nanta tadoli, to ajita, yahanata tadoli. Ado, even nacha, jukad eya, they be, nothing be. Eliminating the superintendent, the position, that will make it a 7-member board. Even one more than half a quorum. So that's how come the quorum will go from 5 to 4. Although the other is this particular legislation isn't talking about attendance. So Ede Yasato, and it's just basically the fact of the matter, you're reducing the board from 8 to 7, and so that makes it to where the quorum requirement goes from 5 to 4. Adequate, saja kwagi sabihin si gito naidens kidigi iya. Oh, the philosophy gi ande itasto as part of the vision and mission statement. And what you see on the 1972, the which stand AP dasto ha a under quaggy Beta niche the preservation of the language, the instruction of the language, the inclusion of the philosophy of learning. Every aspect of the curriculum that's offered. The Benahaga Esto and the Bitasto. At the present time, representing the board members are made up of the core is 5 members from each of the agencies. The core Eastern, Port Defiance, Western, Chinle, and Shiprock. Without a slug a redundancy. Audible aka the president of the student body. Auto Craggy so a unlabeled cluster when it was first chartered, the chair of the education committee or his alternate without a board. So a what Sasquito Sazani. Adoti Adat Nekacho. We have a special program that's headed by former Vice President. And Ani ko a beta homilism. Ko a craggy ajban on the Shieldston. The other is go back to the 5 representatives from the agencies. The Eastern representative is the the Chinley representative, what so ADG, so it's still a very central aspect of what the Navajo Community College was originally established for. And the only qualification that's changing is this: one of any of these other 5 board members in the future, they cannot be a member of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. So that's the part that we're making the appointment process. The next president or the current president, his new appointment, he can't pick from the 11 that's seated on the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Without the amendment to Title 10, without Australia. Without the or the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Chair Damon.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Chairman So, for that update in response to your colleagues. With that, I don't have anybody else that's texted in on the board. On legislation 0042-20. This does move on to council colleagues. With that, we'll go ahead and call for the question. Going once, going twice. Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, for the response regarding the legislation or miss is in terms of the board on page 2 of 5 is on line, hold on, line 25, the committee, unless there was an amendment, did the committee act on moving an individual that sits on Hess committee? I think in terms of hearing some of the rationale, I just would like to ask the sponsor if the committee considered option since Hess oversight and then action on how, and actually was a conflict when there were 88 delegates and there was an education committee, and there was some challenges with the Denver College Board and delegates who were then sitting in a box and making decisions. So I guess that's my question to the sponsor in terms of what was rationale or if there was amendment made to remove a member from Hess on the Board of Regents, and I'll reserve. Oh, there's no time to reserve. So.
Okay, we can go back to Chairman So. Question.
Rashila, Chair Damon, Otto, Shamba, Honorable Amber Knezbot Crotty, Otto, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Yes, that was a consideration that I had to remove that particular position. But in speaking informally, with the administration of the college and members of the press committee. They thought that that position should be maintained. And so that's the way that the legislation was kept, to keep a member, the chair or a member of the HES committee to be on the Board of Regents as what it was originally chartered. And again, the Dnet College Charter amendments will be coming to the Navajo Nation Council through the Law and Order Committee, the HES, the NABI, and to the council, as there will be amendments to the charter to update and to make those requirements. Again, the NABI committee feels like it's inappropriate for a member of HES to be on the Dnet College Board of Regents. Certainly that's within the purview of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you.
That.
Speaker Damon?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Just as a I know this is sensitive because you're chair of the committee. Are you the or who's the regent for this?
And Chair Crowdy, can you restate your question? Because you're going in and out.
Yes. If I could request a new phone to ask Chairman So, and I understand if you could just clarify who's the current regent for HES representing for the Dnet College. Thank you.
Chairman So.
Thank you for the question. As the law states right now, it will be the chair or a designated member of HES, and at this point in time, it is myself that is a member of the Board of Regents. And I basically had first-hand knowledge of the proceedings, and so that's the reasons that I really feel like the work of the regents has to be focused. The other, again, it goes back to, again, if you feel like that's not appropriate, certainly there's the opportunity to make amendments.
Okay, that we have individuals back on the board. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Since that's what I was going to raise, relating to the who is the HES appointed member, and one, I don't know if it's a conflict. It's the one. Since chairman is on the board there, I would feel comfortable maybe if he had a different person sponsoring the legislation. That's number one. Number two, just to have the equal balance with the added language on F, on C. CF shall not be a member of the Board of Education. And I believe that's due to the fact of that position being an elected position, and that elected position is by the people. Every 4 years, a Navajo Board of Education is voted upon, and I would like for the same flexibility to be applied to the Health and Human Service Committee member. Sounds like they're trying to weed out some sort of politics. And if that's the case, to weed out the Board of Education, I want to go ahead and propose an amendment to strike out the HES requirement. I guess on 2 of 2 amendment, page 2 of 2, line 25. Strike out chairperson of Health and Education Human Service, or the committee designee, and then on line 24 of that same page, the members will go down to 6. You overstrike 7, and the board member will be brought down to 6, just to have the same capabilities of the elected position. That way you have the Board of Regents, who are made up of the professional qualification of what's required for the board. And then I guess the other portion would be at page 4 or 5, overstrike 4 and put 3, I guess. I think that's where it's at, or that stays at 4. So with that, do all the adjustments. That's my motion to amend. Thank you.
Speaker?
Hello.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yell here. Take a second.
Hello. Is Nick Dagner available?
Oh, this is Delegate Yell here. A motion for second.
Colleagues, hold on real quick. We're trying to get Auto So's amendment. The first one would be striking out 7 and then goes to 6. Members, striking out everything after the comma, including the chairperson of the Health, Education, Human Service Committee, or the committee's designee, and then even all the way. Six members. Then there's a second one where. Oh, there, but we're on the quorum. The quorum. Oh, but that you would still need 4 members for quorum.
But 2, page 3, line 21.
Yeah.
You need to delete
Oh, okay.
delete that part. The first part of that.
So it would just be the president of the student body shall serve while they hold their. So we just start with one that says resignation and removal on page 3 of 526. Any region except the chair of Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the president may resign at any time. So you would just strike the chair, right?
Strike that.
So it'd be, actually, you would leave except. Because
I think you just say.
Because
Yeah.
any region except. Hold on, colleagues, someone's calling. Colleague, someone's on the line. Oh, someone's on the, somebody's making a call from their call.
We're at line 8.
Hello?
Yes. Hold on, colleagues, we're getting Auto Show's amendment together. Auto Show.
Go ahead, Speaker.
This is the way it would read then, colleagues. You look at the legislation on page 2 of 5, line 24. You would strike out 7 and put 6 there. And after, on line 24, after including, you would strike all of 25 would be stricken. All of 26, all the way up to and would be stricken. And then if you go on to page 3 of 5, line 21, after A, the rest of the whole line would be stricken. On line 22, everything from the beginning, from the all the way to and would be stricken. and you'd be making the new capital T before president, or the before president. And then line 26 on page 305, you would strike out after except, you strike out the to the end of the sentence or till the end of the line. And then on line 27, you strike out services all the way to and. And then on page 4 or 5, line 8, you would put a new period after proxy, strike out comma, and strike out the rest of the line from except to health. You would strike out all of line 9, all of line 10, all of line 11. That'd be your motion on the bottom. So
I guess
this motion would take out a member of the chairperson of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee or the committee's designee, and it would change the members from the Board of Regents from currently in the legislation it says 7, would change it down to 6. There would need being and you would still keep the quorum at 4. Honorable
Speaker, I'm good with it. Is that motion?
Motion by Honorable Otto. Is there a second?
Jimmy Yellow here, second.
Honorable Yellow here, second. On Amendment 1, Board Legislation 0042-20. Also, Jimmy Yellow here. Questions, comments on amendment? Honorable Holona.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The question I have is, I want to ask Mr. So why he's putting this amendment forward. Of course, HEST is the committee which is in charge of the education system, overseeing the education system. This amendment doesn't make sense to me. I want to know a reason why he wants to put this, why he wants to change this amendment. I haven't heard.
Hey, any other way? Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio.
I'm here. Select Speaker Damon and also Jake for sponsoring this legislation for the committee here. And so with this, just looking at the amendment, I'm just kind of thinking it was probably thought out from the committee with good intentions, and then to put it for council. But as council, we start muddying up the waters, and we start wanting to amend it and to change it, and so if I were Chairman So, and to save the hissy seat, I would just withdraw the legislation, let it be the way it is. Ella, thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Slater. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that amendment is actually in line with the vision that Chair So originally had, which was removing HEST from the seats. The Oversight Committee in developing legislation is that you get to build those relationships with the organizations that you oversee, and that includes communicating with Tibet College.
Honorable Senator?
And
Hello, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're in the wind. I can barely hear you, but I hear the wind in the background. So is there anywhere you can go where the wind is not very loud?
Someone from Shiprock. I'm not sure if you probably know that it's hard, right? To find a not windy place. Is this better, colleagues?
Maybe go inside somewhere.
If I go inside, then I lose my service.
Okay. Good to hear you now, Honorable Slater.
Colleagues, I apologize. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe the school really enjoys the relationship that it has with the committee and with council, whether that's through the chair or their designee. If that is critical for the continuity of strong operations and partnership with the tribal government. So it's not something that's completely outside the realm of discussion in terms of this amendment, but I think in order to be respectful of the institution and the thinking that they've put into this, that this is going to be the best foot forward together with council. So I will not be supporting this amendment. And I think that it's critical that if some thought that this is an interference of politics or whatever, that really needs to be clearly defined. Too often this body, and I don't know whether it's because we just don't comprehend the concepts or we are trying to muddy things up. We just say conflict, 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 or conflict of interest. And there has to be a real definition of what that means. And Speaker, I'd ask you to have legal counsel explain what a conflict of interest is. And then just because you're politically elected either from the Board of Education or as a delegate, that doesn't automatically mean that your intentions and your thoughts and how you approach each issue that you confront, whether it's on the Board of Education or on the Genetic College Board, comes from a political dimension that will interfere with the best interests of the nation. So I just want to make those two comments. And Speaker, if you can bring legal counsel in to define what a conflict of interest is and explain that to the council.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. That is a question of Office of Legislative Counsel. Barbara?
Thank you. Good morning. Oh, no, good afternoon. Oops. So we have conflict of interest is in Title 2, Section 191. It states that conflict of interest committee members who have personal, family, or business interests in matters before the committee or joint committee meeting shall not participate in the committee proceedings or vote on the matter. Now that is talking about conflict of interest in committee meetings, but I bring that to your attention because I think it sets out pretty succinctly that it is personal, family, or business interests. That's where your conflict of interest comes from. If you go to the Ethics and Government Law at Section 3745, it elaborates a little bit on conflicts of interest, and the focus there is private economic gain or special business interests, which would benefit, and then it goes on to state that very specifically that you're looking at, these are the things that are prohibited, the standards of conduct, which is what they're called, which could result in or create the appearance of a conflict of interest. And that would be using public office for private gain, giving preferential treatment to any special interest organization or person, impeding governmental efficiency or economy, losing or compromising complete independence or impartiality of action, making a government decision outside official channels, or 6, adversely affecting the confidence of the people in the integrity of the Navajo Nation government. As we have discussed before, in the first in the first instance, it is the person who has the conflict of interest or who is alleged to have had the conflict of interest to make the call, since they have all of the interest, all of the information in a particular situation. But this situation or this question is a little different in that you're suggesting, or the question is surrounding a conflict of interest by a delegate who by statute, by benefit of his position or her position, is placed in a board setting. So the conflict of interest, it's not personal, it's not family, it's not economic gain. So I am not seeing a conflict of interest over the way it is defined in the code or in the ethics and government law. What you may be suggesting, which I don't believe falls under the rubric of conflict of interest, but that being the fact that a committee member sitting on a board really has a conflict, can have a conflict of loyalties, meaning when you're sitting on a board, you have responsibility to that board and the underlying organization. As a council delegate, you have your responsibilities as a council delegate. So those two may not always be aligned, but it is not a conflict of interest as defined in the code or in the ethics and government rules. Thank you, Speaker.
Colleagues, I have nobody else on the board. There was a question from Honorable Holona. Let me go back to Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm just trying to level out the playing field here. Number one, the Board of Education, that requirement of F is a position that is coming from the Navajo people. And whether that board member is a member of the Board of Education, that is the choice of the Navajo people. And I guess if we're, and I'm assuming that there's some sort of politics that's going on there. And even well, I'm trying to even up everything relating to the council position. What is indicated by statute. I was once told by a Hess member, people don't like change. And this is one of those. And I guess if we could move forward with this legislation, this amendment, you know, that's how I would support this amendment, this legislation. Because when it gets to council, it's going to require 2/3 of the vote. And and I'm just trying to level out the playing field of that. Other than that, I agree with Chairman Hinio, or just withdraw the legislation, leave it as is. Cool with that. I don't Gone with the Wind. Neolith, Carl Slater. I'm just trying to, like I indicated, I'm trying to make sure that, everything's equal. Because like a person as a board member from Navajo Board of Education, they are elected positions. And to me, it's sort of discriminating against that. And if it's at the wish of the committee to have that to be inserted, let's get the elected positions out of there and have the people that are that from the agency and what's left of the body makeup of the board. That's my rationale. Other than that, that's my amendment, and I'd like to move forth with it. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Helena. Could I speak again?
Hold on, Honorable Helena. I do have a new player that's been waiting on the board. Honorable Chairman So, then you're next, Honorable Helena.
Thank you. I appreciate the issue that's brought by brother from the West. So, Otto to Chairman Hino, thank you. Let's look at the situation. The reason that a requirement on the qualifications for one board member or any other board member going forward will not be a member of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. That's clear. They need to focus on K-12. The main thing is in the chain of events so far. One particular board member was appointed almost 10 years ago. And since then, there hasn't been a change. And this particular board member ran for the Board of Education. So the basic item is the fact that the 5 members that represent the agencies are appointments by the president. But in this case, one of these appointees ran for the Board of Education. So that's the reason that in the future, to clean it up, is that no member of the Board of Education should be nominated to be a member of the Neck College Board of Regents. So they're not elected into the Neck College Board of Regents. It was by a presidential appointment and confirmation. So that is the way that it's to narrow the qualifications even more. That's basically what the intention is on the particular subsection that Honorable Otto So is trying to correct. So that's basic. And the other is, like I said, originally, and through speaking with the president of the Board of Regents, Rick Bigman, and the Neck College Board of Education,
originally I had to eliminate the chair or Hess appointee. But in talking with them, they basically says, no, we got to have a member of the Hess committee because there is that direct link to the Navajo Nation Council. And so that's the reason that and that's the reason the legislation is drafted the way it is. So just to point out that aspect. So again, it's up to the Nabi committee.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So with that, moving on down, Honorable Haluna. Honorable Haluna.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I would like to just respond again by saying that, we can't be making amendments and assumptions. They need to be direct. Whatever kind of amendment you're going to make, you need to have a really good reason for it. Leveling the playing field is not a good reason. That's not an option for us to be making assumptions on. This legislation is trying to streamline our committee. For one, we haven't even got a superintendent yet. Still trying to get one approved. And when we do get him on, that person will have to learn a lot about Doty and how to run the education system. We're going to have a lot of work to do instead of just, and then adding on the college board. That will be a lot of work to do again also. In closing, I just want to make sure we all know that Hess is the oversight of education system. We don't step on anybody else's toes in trying to change the laws and rules and regulations on their final authority and the other committees. So that's my comment. Thank you very much, Speaker.
That, I don't have anybody else on the board. We fix it in on Amendment 1. That, one once, one twice.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the time to express the concern here. My question is, Legislative Council, with this amendment, will it change the intent of the legislation, what was proposed by Chairman So in reference to what the legislation was put in front of Naabik'íyáti if we do pass this amendment? Thank you, Speaker, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith and delegates. It is my opinion, and I'm emphasizing my opinion because the question actually rests with the delegates, the sponsor, and the speaker. But as far as the intent of the legislation, the intent of the legislation was to amend the Dene College Board of Regents qualification provisions. This amendment is consistent with that. So it's my opinion it would not change the intent because it also amends the qualifications. Thank you, and I turn it back to the speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That, moving on down. Somebody else on Amendment 1. Went once. Went twice. Went 3 times. Roll call on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Calvin Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul McKay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 3 in favor, 15 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, with that,
What?
That
Can you repeat that vote, please?
0042-20. 3 in favor, 15 opposed. Speaker not voting with 1 excused colleague. Motion fails. That back to the main motion on 0042-20.
Vote. Vote.
On by Elmer Begay.
Speaker, this is for SWIC? Or are we voting now? Well, main motion?
Yes, this is the main motion.
Okay, green.
No, Honorable Elmer Begay, you were up next to speak on the legislation 0042-20. You're the last one to speak. Unless if you want to go to the vote.
Back to speakers. I'll go ahead and wave off.
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
That colleagues, I don't see anybody else on the board. No one else has texted in. Going once. We're on the main motion on 0042-20. Going twice. Going 3 times. Roll call on legislation 0042-20. This does go on to council.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Hello, this is Delegate Nathaniel Brown. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green for this one right here.
Honorable
Thank you.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Oh, later, what's being for text?
Honorable Carl Slater votes green per text message. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, of that, 18 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting, and with our colleagues being excused, motion passes 0042-20, moves on to council. That, colleagues, moving on down.
Speaker,
Honorable Otto So.
yes, I want a motion to adjourn.
The time now is 2:50 p.m. There's numerous different reports on agenda. If I get a second, I'll recognize your motion. Motion by Honorable Otto So to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second by Elmer Brigade.
Elmer Brigade. Motion to adjourn by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Elmer Brigade. Comments, questions? Not, let's go to the vote.
Speaker, Chairman
Yes.
Nez.
Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, as well as my honorable colleagues. And I believe this is our jobs. We've gone this far, and we should continue to try and do some reports. They've taken the time, like the veterans issues. These are very important. I believe that we need to listen to some of these reports. Thank you.
Hey. That, colleagues, roll call.
Honorable Almer P. Begay.
Elmer Brigade votes green.
Honorable Almer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Committee votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 4 in favor, 15 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
That colleagues, 4 in favor, 15 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. Back to the agenda. With the time now, colleagues, is 2:55. Please remember that there's staff here and there is curfew at 8 o'clock. So tentatively would like to get the staff out of here by our meeting concluded by 5. It does take them about 30 minutes to break down everything too as well. Just keep the staff in mind, colleagues. With that, moving on down with old business, there is none. Reports. Item number 8, report from the Navajo Nation Health Command Operations Center by Mr. David Nez, Health Command Center Manager, and Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health. Colleagues, Dr. Jill Jim is on emergency leave today, but the Command Center Manager, Mr. David Nez, should be on the phone right now as we speak. Mr. Nez.
Oh, I'm on the line.
Okay. Mr. Nez, if you want to go ahead and continue to give an update on Operations Center there, the floor is yours.
Goshina, Mr. Speaker, here are council delegates. I suspect here. I don't understand being between the twins, the Western Agency. I don't see Nasha. I can't DJ in the mini farm the shop. Chinebski hashtag. I don't care on it. I could ego a dinner. Navajo Nation declared emergency. Ita a bichindo a cotego a nego a cote endemic nego a the Kosensagi 19. I could ego jo a concahoni taho show kish. ako aje ya aje baka deal was nation lenigi plate de whole tanko ako te go ya ben deal nishit on ni do nan nishanilia ako large ki ti koje na to san tahaki an re ni epicenter do na so hai ki os do ki di khalane te ko te go ya ni COVID-19 but nenigi ko te go ya ni tahil to ako aj ko teacher ya 11,404 testabadilian hitne ya ti con number yiji ki jon le zel in the cost ado tahoni ka ako te go shin ya ka go tabat nal ako tabat nal in ki ya 8,239 a negative case to COVID-19 to tabatis nada akonde 1,977 niki ya ti tested abdilia ki positive tabadot ni ako kut ego shin zel India ya kahaki kut ego behozen ako dina 1,977 pedishniki 75% a 60 doi wash benach ako kut aro kujesto aro sa bitsi standai di tege COVID-19 bitsado 62 hotego ya in hitne bitsi standai di COVID-19 do ako aro ne ga go outside Navajo Nation Navajo members and Lenigi Jonagay state that do county do IHS federal do da kudo Navajo Nation could ego the numbers again hinda is doko could ego da san hanal in which ako even not 18 lakh de county do state do halishin hit the neck da don dalnish ako are bajata huit agi ya 403 positive cases out of those numbers 4 gi better in antazti ako te go te gina ni chota ako di kumba snake an re KTN endo ta history do da ben ado ko te go na hayan da hal ako te go large chna ado le ado ko don his has ado command center but that nido straight on ni I see yego the COVID-19 the question sagi yego ni tahuishne ako na gaidet na so si khaden da yizo ko kut ego halet ale ni thailto just la ho yego natle aro ti da nane kha ko ti da batha na ne kha ya chindo ya na ti aro yego hanana lo kut ego akut ego ni thailto ki te ko ako ta ke has tone so zo ati te when ni the positive cases ki ado bitsin ta ti gido ati pihini te ako ati oi ta ti go kut egon hil ati increase in ni spot ako da ni ne go ba da hoti sa go ya sa ya ta no ya kat here what the conki we flatten the curve to ta no ta halne ishi ta kodo hat ishi benan shi this ego ajat numbers gi ak has tonen ta halle akon she ya adigi atojo pe khosnita so pini te ki pinina aro ato so ya honne ko to so khote go pena so khoidi khodo hatishi but to sni siki khodo bichenta il agi ato ajeshi ato yego pe that ni shada na konte so ada an hitne I see that sas zinigi jo I see be boholni na so person to person contact go tego virus ki nasni eshi binina ako khot has anje a kohon hikodo zeil in a bisschen deal nishigin IHS stange are there's 5 IHS hospitals. Auto 638 kododan hit tribal contract hospital 638 ASAP according ego that in the area ego atada halne to hanel te ya hinte to hatila in joda egi in higenda yistrato aro ego kodo hashin soko hatishin he hodlonshin kodo Navajo Nation to ego jebe kanelbo ko onlere ha holji de Ashin do bato pashet nit ego according zel ibsnaz anje kut ego ahosh an positive cases hatnenigi to hayis lingo ko azel age ajit oye bete hotza according to PPE hatnini personal protective equipment Ishin with that agishin that agishin I sit up or slap a babunit. According to Chicago Navajo Nation, anyway, state Arizona Health Department, Ajo A Choinil, and Joe A T public health or emergency warehouse, long auto supplies. I didn't take it. We share with the counties. Joe Tego, I didn't know. I don't stand that I shown the oil, audit, a month ago ordered Ilian, the audit and Hahin Deco. Of this she they oil Ayahot, Artishinigi, the PPE supplies, though, equipment, though, manpower, though, hardly than Sago, Zay, in a door, emergency manager, than Linigi, the quick oceans, the link, a Nika, though, Losita, Sahazlito, Aron, Ahakito, Yego, Kutahot, Ego, Yego, and Daz, Iki, a Kutego, Kateka, Kodo, Tainisto, Kotego in it, Hodlunka. Of course, they couldn't hit us on a unified coordination with the Shinigi area. That could open the Nishigi federal though 638 the Shinigi ISO 638 though BIA though BIE the one Chicago Navajo Nation. That's the core unified coordination. I don't rate all that. Now Nishidan Linigi federal Ado state. Where could the command center they come Hinika and Dal work each it's a FEMA Federal Emergency Management Agency. A could ego a nation could ego a con it Nika Hitchi Army Corps of Engineers Honsan Hesta Aro National Guard and General Sapon Hesta Ida National Guards, 3 states, and what we get is Auto disaster manager, dan Linigi Aje, so Questa CDC, though Auto Chukareya, hit the nab, it's least anti the Shinijuka 62 go hold, just Shinigi, Aben Nacheya, Wage, mortuary, isn't that Nishigi, specialist on Linigi, Kotego, Yego, the Nebin Tinquin, the Voyin, Ado, Kotego, Compenan, Shitty, Ado Saque, and his hollow. A co, Diotego, Ayatin Ray Command Center, Kotego, Adlanha, and Hasa Eleni Kato Lucy. A co, Neve Zel in the 13 hospital, the Schninde, Jaad Anni, Nishitanaya, Hikati. Patahnes, Gredo, the Lacosota, a core, very positive cases, the Shinigi Joe you see, a large nil, a core, Bacato, Wisigido, Hatila, Zeshi, Hatishin, Zeshi, Petosni, Sigishin, Hashinet, Degoshi, Bandal, a conde, I see Tabedosni, Sigijo, a Kurat, Egi, Dart, and Hala. the new virus shniki John need ato hadit ego da anzagona kako ze padne ta ishi pinina ko di ni digishne ki pinina ko dat ki atishi beta inni shot konda atoya hodlo hatnita ako ekot ego aji yego ni hitte hot za ande o hayin hitne kot ego ya zel inde ya do positive epidelia lako ako kutego pitahes kago ko nizel jo do yegon skada washin el teon kuichin hione kutego hatatet jonde do hani kutego izel inje ya zago kutego ho kipinina sachago nepa hata ito bakata ye zel inje as kon na liago kare I see the emergency room do ICU kuta hegi de yego zel ego ne khotsago pa ta holia akho o yes le benina ya eti ajashi COVID-19 positive nte au yahona chito au yahe bitsisi intigo akuta egi degi hana hapena iji shaban dilte ngezel indo ako ado o hawan go khoshin darne zel in di nal so satreni kut ego self isolation do self quarantine Entido lena the main trago bestana ganigi ego jo bichigin khado ado nal sos pakage ade ben yen hitna hod to da kuich aron temperatures do da egi kona da niliego hotago beta holiago ade hitna hod ne to le yego nan indo edo biche pa hol no ade zel iden khandi tacho tego zel iden hotego nal sos plendal ako digi o yina ne di hapeta jish nekin le wada home quarantine do home isolation dishnegi ako binina kodo sto digi la baka na di lo so ti skin wil to na len skin so kojo shada to chishiki do hayigo pa huin ido pelanda ille ton to nishi ta kuda egi si betahoye jo zeish eni si ta ko wi jini onel anhalen ko do nana kutego hinan shina deliagi alternative care sites petition din zel ido apeta jishiki di la asati ba hayado le ko idon le wago na kao ade mishid neta yan na khata ko aja pana huito la kutego chun galap jetsa la kutego hatelia IHS do the state of New Mexico Health Department kutego sa ita pahuint neta hido kuchen le kutego sa ben yata ilia don reish project hospital bigacha ajo ego na kiko hata ilia ako ya chun reichen link ya community center ki bichen tol aso ya akunne zel ego na halo ego 8 by 8 cubicles nahaz go tsaske hakunne nahaz go ego ya 50 go the COVID patient bishinigi yahundas kitiki kuna bahito so asati ba haya do le ikutego chinli kutego chinli bahati an the community center aro shipra do nana in the hospital ben high school askida high school ajo to 40 beds kutego so baho aro Dapat lekage chakhe ba positive ko ya kona itikito na bat lekha so khela ya yi contact any la la khayla ada ayidi ki dabal khatin ajo tagota ya khagida hawa ki da tsin ya do hot ego da khatin ya ki ejina na la ado adan itikit ya a person under investigation is na di la sto nge the nebet khate atin ta khagi la so bet sato nesto asati pana huito di motels gi na de ni ke nge tunness is a quality in ado quest Window Rock nge St. Michael je Navajo Land Inn St. Michael de ado nge galap je right da bi ke holia ado nge chin li je to na quality best western motel ako hotego so tsaske pe kwishi na khana de ancho di contact tracing yisnigi na da bet jito na na dulnigi to test da bet na sa test gi results gi bi patna ha ako ela so community de are bet na to ne so patwanda de so yanata ta to aro kwishi pa ganigi ta to yanata even ye edo bitsana to nesato ni to jo edo kan hinna tan pati tinal so sa be landa ilegi ida atan sta ni te nas ni do hashin hagon shi hid ko ne be landa ida yiji ta ne go ina sa tin te ako go ya ti positive cases hat nenegi lezel in the yego pan ta hoi ki join le kujo togo ada atabeti jan we Phoenix go the Flagstaff Albuquerque ako tego so ni khaza aja shay yego da tanki atan khaya ta haliya akwanda sadaya te nata hatle so di khong ba hasne ako hotego la ti the kosen sagi na sa tapte nenegi hotego mihina nation hit ni hit ne betao aro bakage ya tin re public health orders hata he ni kat na has kat se pigo hol je tin nasi weekend ota curfew ta ke has on a curfew 57 hours tabati no hotego just allow in yenta to make sure that we are exercising social distancing tabati jo atashiniki ya tsaki ya distance yourself from everybody else even in want to santa aron da ngai do ya ta ya ngai na ya pa wan da nan now I sleep in the ye ben yenan now 6 feet mithqa Kojat nanana tasigi kwa 6 feet. Aro in face mask alone kwa in ni betata napalo. Aro leha sant ade so in la tishtahallo. So tago aro ida la khan kis hada ni go le go khashga ko ta le go bisdil chni go na liha pa wanota. Ngue na liya kita batkhashil ni to aro peso the aro credit card the quigo shinda le ata bizdil chito hot ego ebenin na foda ko latski sa khan kisto tago yen we hand sanitizers to tago la belt or again we alcohol the be it kiso in la agi that in the finance is hot ego hot ego is quit Kutego ben that need tin sto. Kutego
2 minutes.
Yes.
Just a 2-minute warning. Says.
Question. Ako dido hayi hidden ne kutego hospital jukabatago kado yin na ja to le. Ebini na case management system is ne. Yeg ba tinti khati ti nabet ata hatla shinigi Ajoye bata huiliado listen jono na sospena aro bahal ingo ego tego ba hayado list. Aro na ta edo is going to create a lot of transportation. Edo and the ambulance anato listo tego eya the nebe nana jato lista batako. Ako tego eya in school just chinanta ade da isla ki ko di COVID-19 but the shinigi ni toki I see ye when he not nisho edo da yego na nisho no ente lego chapter go yego but I nisho I don't know business side small business ta ko but I nisho ako Navajo Nation government ako tego in shi I don't think lego just public event or public activities so that hegi at say weta di ninde chikade ni regions to koje nahal ji shate rodeo do ropin do arotan ta do tapje hatal do what then so tego so banane the revival the banane ko jo so na da wel ji ko ishin ta na de neto las ishin so ko do bana da wel neto konte so na snit shiniki sa na person to person kweke yeg ba ya hol ni do it's very contagious ebini na kwe yeg on ba da chinto sa ton khanda na chindo da isi ni ka na ja ko ya etole hakone ha kon so shin do
Colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Helona?
Second, Walker.
Motion by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. That will go to the board. Chi, Honorable Kian, floor is yours.
Speaker, Mr. Nez, I appreciate the update report. And I know you guys are busy constantly. I'm not sure if it's 24/7, but I just extend my gratitude to all the staff that's working over at the command center. Testing. What's the schedule, especially in our area? Yeah, you know, 5 chapters. Okay. They look at schedule at that. Do they just need to go to the ISS? Because a lot of our Navajo people don't want to get into a crowded location. I like to get some scheduling on behalf of the 5 chapters that I represent. Though I guess the first one, as I like to know what your position is as far as a commander or just a staff over at the command center. There's a lot of PRs, press release from different areas. A lot of them seems to be they're just duplicated. It's just a matter of just changing the head, where it's coming from. Some information comes out of the how close you guys are working with the emergency management. Feel like you see
Question answer and data done stuff. Need to say yeah.
So, Ebony Magus, I believe somebody forgot to put their phone on mute. Coco, Mr. Nez. the other one, the curfew, and another in his store. Last week, I've asked for a more public safety. Hit that after snow. I mean, if there's an reinforcement of support at the local level, who has the final decision to say that, like for example, public safety? Because the response I got is that we're limited and we can do so much. What's the need? Where's the coordination between the city or the county sheriffs and so on? How is that being coordinated to address and enforcing the curfew? The weekend curfew in the you talk about increase. I believe, and I don't know that the command center should start pinpointing where and how this increase continues to grow, because we have a lot of our Navajo people, as we're speaking, they're probably in border town. We allow people to travel during the days, but yet the curfew kicks in. But in a way, there's no sense of putting curfew in there if we have 90% of our Navajo people off the reservation every day. Although the curfew, the stores, the grocery stores, and the C-stores, and I believe that's where a lot of these the transmittal of this virus is where it's taking place. It's not being enforced, and a lot of our employees at these C-stores or the convenience stores or grocery stores, we don't have the specific gear of the PPE. It's not being available. And then, of course, the community members gets upset with us, so we can't really do anything about it. But we don't have the support. Bashes that Hakito knows these Speedway, Laundromat, and now the nation is citing people for driving during curfew, and they're citing them for $1,000. Could there be an enforcement? Also, a spot check on these C-stores, because many farms, chapter, and myself, we got the local agency security officer that should demonstrating you guys are now okay to do your essential services and you don't need. And that's what I get. That's the information that I gave him. But that IEC chapter officials that do staff it up in hostages. But if you go cross over here to the two stores, then it seems like it's just a regular normal day where people just go in and out and not care about having protective gear when they're in the public. So maybe the command center needs to start enforcing and citing these stores so much funding amount, or have these PPE be available and have that be provided to the people. RGC stores, the stores, start citing them if they're not following the procedures. So the only thing is that they just, as long as they know they're getting the money, that's all they care, the way I see it, because they're not really making any effort to help stop the spreading of the COVID-19. So ADA could also recommend let's start getting after the C-stores and the stores, not to say close it permanently or anything like that, but they need to step up and help us. PPE is one area we continue. A lot of our senior center staff on Liniki, PPE beta then. Hit Liniki to Bahasenda. Anything that you do, the way he presented it, every day, it seems like if you're going to be following the procedures, we got to utilize almost a box of gloves. One little thing that we do, you got to take off the first glove and keep the second glove on. But yet we don't have all of these. I mean, where's all those funding? All those donations, you are there. Ben he can't no, couldn't he chapters the has the la I think the bit the hoye. A call for that age, Mr. Nez and colleague Coco, and I don't know, I don't see donations, but the Hatniniki are these chapters being selected. Ajanan to no Coco, couldn't he could the Nen Diniki in Yasa. I know the President's office are publicizing where they're distributing foods. Of course, the President's office memo, which is hey, because I have 5 chapters, can you select at least one of them to do the distribution? And then propane that because not these hard I saw conduct that other chapters eat up propane. No, the side he catches the Haiti the yet Shinson. So, the key Asher Mr. Speaker, committee members, has shown a coordinated effort of schedules go Latin Jondo Listen. Then he see key command center. We elected officials, the delegate's office, the president's office, we should just be there as a support, but the major decision making based on the situation of COVID-19 within the Navajo Nation should directly come in from you or the command center. Aden hiti out of Nigo, Aden Hausit, Hoponet, Zato, listen, so headache, or what they were saying that we're just doing a power struggle. She said not this, she don't know this, I keep it lot to be not so cut not on Mr. Nanato, Hati is or Hatni long, but how you cut or coche. Got the name Dindiki Ye, Koshopa, and see case and has a kiki, and you indicate Miss Rosin so Kodoyan hit a heart. See, Chindy agency, I see you guys are. The number is increasing, and there's the possibility of closing the IHS and hit it nota being hit yet hit. So, which is more important, distributing the food or trying to find cure of the decreasing the COVID-19? Of chapters of that and so on. Mr. Nez. So again, I do appreciate this, and maybe you can consider this as letting out my frustration where I'm being beaten up by my community members of everything that food distribution, water distribution, but yet there's no PPE and there's no testing activity within my chapters that I represent. That's all, yeah, but there's nobody out there defending it in our area. So that's my comment, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Nez, and I'm hoping that I'm here to help, but I just need a direct information coming out of the command center, especially in the area that each of the chapters that we represent. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. I'm going to go to one more of our colleagues, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Nez, because that's a lot from Honorable Naabik'íyáti first. Let me go down to Madam Chair Crotty, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Nez. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate your comments, Delegate Kealan Begay. I think the majority of delegates share that similar sentiment. What I wrote down was accountability for the 213 forms. Every day I speak with Northern Agency CHRs and Deltec and asking them if they receive PPE. We receive conflicting information coming out from Window Rock or the command center, and I don't know what it's going to take. If do I need to go to the Chinle Supply Wild Cat Den to pick up gloves, masks, possibly disinfectant, cleaning supplies for Navajo Nation employees who are providing direct service to people. And looking at my emails, we've been asking for PPE supplies for individuals who are providing direct service. If those equipment are provided to staff on the higher echelon there at the command center, you should provide that same type of equipment to our CHRs, food distribution, social workers, anybody who has to provide direct services. I definitely want to raise this to my colleagues that if we're all in this together, then we protect one another and we continue to advocate. So I need ability. I'd also like to know on the team, I'm very concerned about the data and how the data is being collected and in the interpretation. And so I have raised this with congressional staff, I've raised this with the media, and I would want to see a neutral body, an individual with a high depth of knowledge to give us correct information on what's happening in the Navajo Nation. Numbers from area officers and correlate to what we're seeing from the Health Command PR statements. That doesn't correlate on what we're seeing the states represent. And I think in hearing, what I don't want is this data to be politicized. Data can be manipulated. I'm very aware of that. And there's other areas that need to be very transparent in terms of collection and what's being reported. The other area we need for transparency, what are available for the supplies from the health center, and what should be our expectation for our communities and for programs under Navajo Nation. I did request, and I was at the meeting last week. I appreciate the invitation for the your Unified Federal Command group. That it exists. So how then are we improving communication from our federal partners, Navajo Nation County, and I will say Navajo Nation, automatically information should be provided. That's not helpful. And the briefs that you provide every day, as we elegant, is very, there's not a lot in there. And we know that the challenges, because you actually have employees who are scared for their safety, and they're like, it's almost like a whistleblower happening where they don't feel safe. They know people have been testing positive. They want to know what they can do if they've been exposed. And that's the I was hoping to see from the health center. And so that's to my last point of no communication. As a Northern Agency delegate, I did not receive any direct communication from the in regards to the alternative care facility. I know that first initial meeting, I did voice my concern on having these sites at places where our children go to school, live, and have their education. And so I would need to hear from you what is going on in agency, an Eastern agency, because the burden shouldn't just be on Chinle And because really, there should be a decentralized effort to have those community members be treated in their home agency. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll listen for the answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my chair, Honorable Councilman, let me go back to you, Mr. Nez. I know that there's a lot just in those two of my colleagues covering a lot of ground. Let me see if you have a response to that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kiel McGee, ni kanan luwado are support in Hingi Ashian Nido Hayigo na dikit emergency go da hote siras hoko atahois ago hote ani halat skinso atkin hido lisi skinso il toto kodo behat ol chiliki jo koda hote sa Jen down Tlado Saho Bantahaten. Aro the communication, do the coordination, the Ninigida, the Akuda, Hegida, Skinlo, Skinj, do Jato, Skinlo, at all Nesiki, Anit, Anich, Nahoti, again, ask Hoko, Jokoro commander, and he that Ninigi, great declaration, Kodokotego, non national Yagi. Shikodoshil has ado Jonagay internet command system, but Nenegi the Quishin is nada, say Quatego, Pesesa Nashleto, you see Pesantash. Ado Biado Dinas, not the Shinige, or Hayido, or Hayibiado, Dainish. Joko, Quatego had a taggy there, there's a lot of coordination and communications, oh Hayipa. You see, ye go a call Ebinina, it skins of hit the door, Nasigi, Benich, Naho, Konded, Asagi, that, Handal, Nishigi. Arodi Kodo, public relation, had Nenegi, do messages, trade asati, Sabas, PIO, Tabati, Nenegi, ko, Benebike. Sesane leto aro tishin sa behata do zeto aren hitchen hodo nesiki jo hoda tehegi e bada huin tin do ske nata nes aro ni digi anna ho tin digi do ni benata ajneshiki jo hoda tehegi ni hitcheti ato do da anna ne reis kanj da hotego da e hitcheta Arodiani curfew, done away, hidden there. Atahuis Ago, I see that and hit it, Adolana, Tanitsen, a call, ni, Kota, Tego di Kodo, anyway, Kosensagi, be Yahodo, Nese, to and the Opa wind, though a yego, be Kahoni, that Joe Quaggy Yego. Ben Hitchin, now did and then hit the net. Ashiani, ye, with the nepetol, Gisto, Ado, ye, with the net. They have slatanol, shake. Mushi, who is in the. So that hit the nepa has and a core ebinina, I see that is not all Kako Hashinel, Tego, Ekodo. Public health orders in Hitchin Hotel, the curfew, Joy Sato, I don't know, 8 to 5, but the Nene, the Kotego, at the Nepe, Ajo, Bago Hotego, Bahonit, and Hala Yeg Beshil, they are now the doors last. Call Ebinina, there's a balance. These public health orders, call, they don't have an auto a yego. What obey get ya pig those the Hishmil Nishiki a could hold on in the nay. The lodge a behas anishi and that need so to auto and a COVID-19 positive fication that she yahota the ko Ashida Kedao a ko Nerena Liapahawano Sahopa Andalia. A call, she could only hit the nay, and Aji Chitan each a bahoni, Conde, Hinas zogi to quake hin the bed, holy. A call a quake ebenesh. A call an hunt la an hit the neck had a tego. Could take a ben an she ta bahas. I don't the non-compliance hanenigi jo ani again the nebil jijiki jo banana I see that bajo pado ado ta biche na ho ti ishita ta pete ul tante suda ni kodon hina ani do an he kodon rein at ene kayasa an nation the Naabik'íyáti hit ego ella ni trail to ki jo hata pedanil indo hashin o ella kodo ego benelnish aro ne senior sinners do ne go na nish atin da nishiki do na nishta hollone ki ani ne hol jije ta choita ti PPE ta ten ita senior sinners the kot ego Chane Daila do Sahoto Akonde seniors boy di concho da want a lego da leta da holla Nge sa betana kisu da aro behat oda da aro da lachis da gazu da aro da so machine da hollo do the quigoshi a leta a holloniki be had shishiki be hayado ki atende be hollodo be peso to hollo ebinina ita ade to holji ta kotego ya chuino ido le ko kotsa kade kun ta holji PPE ta hollo da ni kada ko ta hollo do apita santa kato yana kredo chapter da yanda kato yana so that egi joy I see that large and kisto kodobe acha hadol chishiki joy nipetene katija so that egi lana ni zindo aro he kotego anta logi ko eda tene hotego benil indo ne PPE the hallo da chukade da hallo din hon ne last Tuesday da Nagay cloth mask at nenegi kwesha donations again legon das kade ela kayata nas agwa with egon hitch what they ado koto betade ni so ko kut ego in his holges a konda da ni ya do chukade ya pa huni zigo di cloth gi ya kat chuinos in the da ko jo ego ya na so satelia ebinin na again every family do fishing nas kaden lenigi so that egi ilgi do a share do le kon hiten do o da to kode o da beton ye ko ze in ji ye go besen del ne so aro sai koni ta da ki ko do te go has aro Miss Crotty your questions on PPE, again, I just explained in Navajo that PPE, as we began this operation, as COVID-19 began to, we began to get hot spots, meaning that there was concentration in certain communities, and then it came to a community spread across Navajo Nation. So, and, you know, we make every effort to share in what we have, and also we're sending out messages to every family and every individual that once cloth mask was authorized, that every individuals can make these cloth masks and share. And again, we get these donations from individual families or individuals. Even if they bring 25 or 50, we really appreciate that to come to the command to be shared with where it's needed. So as of today, as I mentioned, back in the middle of April, a lot of these cloth masks began to come in, and I have a list of all the places the amount of cloth mats have gone out to these locations to assist. And as I mentioned in Navajo here, that early on when we didn't have PPE and senior citizens, yes, they were asking for PPEs, and when we didn't have it, in their work environment, they have a lot of cleaning materials. They have a lot of sanitations. Sanitizers. They have soap and water. They have rubber gloves. They have materials. They have sewing machines. So all of these, again, a lot of it is just self-initiative to assist your own working environment to help the employees. When we didn't have it, some of the seniors that stepped up and be able to take care of their employees, and even the communities. Today, some of them are making masks for the communities. So those are very, very well appreciated. So again, when we send out the word and when we send out messages that, if everybody can participate and be able to assist, I think we can be able to find that flat, as I mentioned, flatten the curve, and hopefully we start some trend down across the Navajo Nation. So the ACS locations, these locations, again, when we began to talk about this back in early April, when we started seeing a lot of COVID patients, that we're looking for facilities. And here on the Navajo Nation, yes, of course, schools have a lot of facilities. They have a lot of buildings with big floor with gym or community centers or auditoriums, and we don't really find any other buildings like that here on the nation. So those were places that became part of the early assessments and to identify where we could be able to place them. It's got to be very close to a hospital. You got to have the resources. You got to have the community support, meaning some of the tribal employees in the larger population growth around the nation. So it takes several layers of assessment to find these locations and be able to make those requests through the assessment and start building them out and be able to, again, find those agreements as well. Some schools, they rather not be able to be selected. And some of the newer schools, that's how it was. Chinle Community Center is an old facility. The Shiprock facility, they have a new high school and they have older facility. Gallup, they're using their older facility because they got a new high school. So those are all strategic approach on how those facilities were selected and be able to get these agreements to help our people, because the main goal is the people that come forth to help and assist the people that are hurting, the people that are infected, and to stop this transmission. That's our main goal. So I appreciate the questions, but again, we here at Command Center, we're looking forward to every support that we can get to help our Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz, I'm going to go ahead and go on down. There's a lineup here. I have Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Slater, and Madam Chair Charles Newton. That back to Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Speaker, other members of the committee, Mr. Nez, presenter for this afternoon. Banhausen, Nagizita, Abahazun, yeah. I don't know, I think it or you, and a hoodlum. At the end, to ati hatishi ehgi ato Jean Behos nita hata bahne the virus nigi ko o insiginde to at single Behos nita so kushin kan but no kushin kan ta hoito do bohto kot ehgi kot ati do Behos كنت أنت جت بتعرف إني إدي كتني صف إدي بانسا كيس كويتش بتعرف تو كتنا أنشين دشين جدو بحث عندو تو يتنيدا كو أدو لا يتني كتا هو ناغا كتا جا كلو تو كو هذا اللي جيدو دشين بحث إنه هذا شيء جنا أباطو اللي سكوا كو جدي إدو يتين دلي كت أو تاكيس إدي جس أود إيجو بي كخن دو نهن أو كويجشين يا نان كداني أدوتي كتيج بنهن هيجي أو أتو تدي سها كتكويشين إياه تدي سلين كو the surge that now peak. So let alone those words have meaning, but in reference to a pandemic, so those are sort of new terms that we're beginning to hear more and more. Because some of us have some basic idea of what that is. What ended under the كده هي the بناهن أو لتو جون حتى نيجي تو تيجي نان كتيت إله شيء يا أبا جوهين إيجو كنت عند إبن عيدش the graph chart showing that curve, the surge, and then the peak, and then the decline, and then flattening that curve. Okay, has the underge. It la khaki khada atit. So hateko khaki la atit. So ya tam is an race that the more that e kwayi kha no ba nahan they ni na yi khana no. So go ta ben nahan kon le bagat haki kha. I don't not that yi kha nan da no. Ko enya to out about nahan that. Yet the Nandish so show not so sort of Department of Health which is Ishla Naabik'íyáti hold and the I see my husband Joe Hot Echo at the Shin to Hajon yet in that the don't I don't know Western agency I see Machines what next year na host at Chibito, other Tonanes, net Tahanit, Nigi, should I see it's Yenes Town? I could end the Oyat Adamit, so she, what other Bantuna Hakis, other coaches, very not the George and the other your Toha Hotzo, generate hot Hachida, just the Nahanda, and the Kayanas, Nanesh, you know. ATT the hot as Aya the cheat along a baby get those areas hot spots dark red or a numbers ishi had there kon sit kitchen the way a that didn't need so what that jo ada bench and auto what other cannot eat in of nation and see case of nation na wheat other because Yananil not only the Lebanon Nahata is Lidanil so he said the Koteko he large Banan Kitty Milode 8 passing a caution and the Koteda Koto 8 Ash did Bahunet Oka Nan Shadad Nigito A quiet and the great Hikayat are the a large and husband. A large Banan Kitty, the Zata and Kista husband had long the nan nikan sakis ko kode khanna khade so di chen honato ni ko hanna in lagi chanane di in ko shla ashiko ko ta in zondo hindan lashi ten zungi zailendo ne ba ka hin ani so hode ni ko khade washin di lo wato hade washin di tsinki kwat oyo tata ananta so hot an hadan ko they don't ask that they have to or little and the where are we on that curve? Have we hit the peak? Are we still headed towards the summit of that peak? Are we on the decline? Are we somewhere? Where are we on that chart? I guess that question is a huge discussion alone. A lot of questions to it. I don't want to add too many questions. Some of my colleagues have asked questions. I appreciate that. You have our attention certainly this afternoon. Mr. Nez, Speaker, Chair of Naabik'íyáti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker, with those questions. Let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Elmer Brigay, and then Mr. Nez, I'll come back to you. Honorable Elmer Brigay.
Yeah, I don't know that Mr. Nez, right now, simply just thinking about it is we want the food, the goods, and the service to be delivered to where the remote places are, and the families that are in need put up on suitcase. But right now, today, with the staging posts, which I understand that it's been changing from white cone to dark cone, from dark cone to white cone. Now there's a communication, so that the communication is very poor. And the leadership under you as the emergency operation and the health command operations center, or you not only as leaders and there as chapter officials. So as from the chapters and then from the communities, we look up to our CHRs, our health educators, and then we consider them as our frontline people. They actually pick up stuff and then take them to those people, to those community people. They give those goods and service to them. We never seen you. Mrs. Lucinda Charleston, and also our ASC, so Eunice Begay. All that, I don't know what kind of authority were given to them, and I don't know who approved those authority. So right now, they're telling their chapter officials say that you stay out of the chapters. You non-certified chapters, do not come into, do not use the chapters. No, so they're not even having meetings. I don't through that, or CHR and health educators, they were given that title again, is like striking team leaders, staging post leaders, they were given those titles. I don't know who approved it and who approved it. All the duties, job titles, job description, I don't know who approved it. So under that, so I know that Major Lynn Brigade with a CHR, she's already giving disciplinary action to our CHRs and health educators. Like yesterday said, if you leave this job or step down, we're gonna be considered you with abandoning your job. They're being treated like that, and they're being like they're being pressured like that. That's where I thought we're in to help, try to serve the people with whatever we have. There's a lot of authority in it. That's like I said, these CHR are relatives, and we know them for a long time. They know the area, they know the people. You don't even know our people. So my question is that who gave this authority to them? So I don't think that it should be like that. So that's a bottleneck right now. So right now, my question again is that we have a lot of the distributors that are contributors for this COVID-19 relief efforts. So we have Navajo Hopi Family Relief Program run by our former AG. They're distributing food, but they don't want to go through that staging post that we have. And also there's another one, St. Mary Food Bank too. They don't want to just take their food or their goods to our staging post. They want to distribute to the family right away. And when nobody knows how much with the inventory that we got for Chinle, and understand that they're going to be taken to White Cone. Our cracker has under turnaround. How long is it going to take? That's a question that we have. Nobody answered that for us. That's my question. Go on.
Mr. Nez, I'll give the floor back to you.
Mr. Speaker. Positive cases. Dabdi nenegi jo ekut ego eya jo. Jenegade o tsepa hon ne da nege more sneak wo yo shkasen da. Jo ado eya pihini te kut ego teko. Jo te teko hol just. Jo she atisne hage sha eya gas don't go chidel no lo. Jo eke benat this kid. When is it going to flatten the curve? Jo nation jo got take a hold. Just so yashi hon to nis this neti curve. Ko don his hold just ani take a hold just ko me chilchen beto jo cha at ye ba jo hot ita hos the numbers gi hos ye go tatil what ado Navajo Mound, Bahol, Kai to Tuba City. I could ego Yego, a Pihini, Tejo, Tehut. Ado de Tuba East, Ego Panaho, Argent, oh, Hayego, Ditan, Dishka, Dijon. Oh, he banani teko kotego ni tatel to ashin anal teki kotego shi betais ne johota a baonit because it's person to person transmission kotego ni kaho kollo apo e bahash ne dikodo chart na shin on the epiden khanish tofgi Satayego wato teko hanadlu tishin zeish energy de test nigiban alte oka holji da di test you were gone the nigi dan tapis khande kade da an re 2 days or the way da jo ego kun zatini holji ko Satayego teko hanat to ado ya chindo ya hona in the question Ti da sin kato o tigo honana. Ishin hidane ad patkata hane gato re tatal kosota. Ishin ka jo aden kako ado be da hozan. Jo digi kutego asnahana likina. Ane Cuba City just in the yego atahon that te nishi kachet oye flat na loilu when I say flat it doesn't mean that it's lower. It's just that if you were at 40 you continue to stay at 40 so flat so it's not that it's going down. It's just that the number is even going straight across. Akonda di yago ki decreased but the nenige ato del seta joko eshi la nata nitsun ebina di kodo asagi in public health orders ado rail injita hashinel tan hitne pa ta ne kido ado tsatahit lahaki di COVID positivity from the community. Joko yisi pa hat di yahodon nishigi beniye akonde yego bene kako atin his colleges. Ako kute kweke jina ado lesnwe khalid ale ila the ninigi akonde jun lachin epi aje yego inan chita da yichi ya udat egi ya khunzan ko the kuideshin al yana inte jone de edition the state county dento akudo aish so six now kutego hinda yizo to yanda indo de khwe kutego numbers jote shoy kodon adone chona bil Mr. Elmer Bigay, kodo atsahaki yati khayla bohulni to khayla yisi yati stage niki ne lodo halet ale na ahaki te ki jo kodo di command system bidi neniki jo ya an rede Washington de are ben annishiki ko ni foda to Washington khatakwis togi dan le na ni ya municipality city that the host so government has ago tribal government koi da ni thata this ko tego yati ICS ben annishi ko da ni to ya and you know his coordination had nenegi benil nisho that the nenegi jo deal indi kodo ben anshi konle stage niki ya halet alan hatla hat nenegi these stage niki jo me bakajanas ingo they are strategically centralized in the center of the chapters. Just we don't want to alone this is to one chapter or the other in Ebeninaya. The Snegon Hotegon Tahotit. Aro chapter Lenegi, not Linishin, Lenegi, Dish was Nenegi to London, it had not the Donald. Dish was Nenegi, Edo Pahalogo for Data, Nan Nishigita Zol. Ado then he could public health on he resource ado from other divisions at the was neniki jo edo banato ado on the warehouse that's so ado the chapter house ki akunne be yigunne yan in way food or water do goods at neniki akun khago shin patahuito asleki jogutego bena annishi ta toid awol se netole tati ni da edi khotego benal khago en ta hotit aron re ani hwai khong jdo ta khan je ba huina jda khan e do yo sniginalo akon re amina hwai khong jne re ta khan ja nenege ani kwe communications khashin tsogot oyo ni ta ni so coordination again than it so a conde ja conscional ni ecotego a conscionalia aro de in way yan da ki de do ni kan da wo de joy state ajo bit da de ni in New Mexico that state warehouse food banks aro kuch Arizona is the St. Mary the food banks the state food bank ki joy ajo national guards they are in handa yi in way staging so hotego we're trying to work on a coordination though communication. Each individual chapter between na nishish wallo do khayda inventory khat or litigish wallo khat tata yo jihigish wallo aro jiyan khat said yo jihigish wallo aro and dan le net khon ye do ki esh to wallo ebinina eti stage in ki ta de khwe the nan hinel anigi benna na nishin hinel anigi kotego ben anishiki ko nishi askod Ani for Ijeo Shida Dimoni Tiati, as for Navajo Nation, each chapter that would take with the Ijeo Lana U Aquante, do would take a and see case that's on Latin hit the nay, she and that case now, Nishidos out and that case, Lashida Sidash, Atahashia, Chinabahashia, it would take a large, that's my priority. A court, so what a hot and Linigi, a quand public health journal, Nishiki, Joe, Satoya, Hotego Nanish, Josh Pinto, Nanish, would take about just Katobo Josh Al. Sato, public health is part of it in emergency preparedness and emergency response. What take away, but that did, even in what take away in Shikoto. Na nishin linigi wishendo nido joy sato in as a public health worker jo hot ashe nishin sai net an lido sashe da ni hashi ego to jo na nish ya the emergency operations jo hoda ego ni ya na nishi de tkinso na nani do tkinso alle ya honzen ido alle ido leshiki joilana hointna tego ko het ni so tego ina polsis ko tego ya pena anishi aro ani ya the curfew that the nenigi benina ashi ani ne ya wante chiyando choto hatishi anta has shi da has li chiyashi ya ta nes jo kunde another ziljon not iligeto na nishin denigeto atida bichen zato na nishante akon de sashe da ne bichen da hazinte na liha ba wane da edo coin da curfew atapo so khoda ego skana swo so yisi him masana him hit shay Nasa Lengi Bichen Daziki Askitatino is Khan.
Speaker Day, and this is Delta Cardi with the point of order.
A court has a course.
Madam Chair Cardi, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'd like my questions to be answered. And I've listened to the town hall. We are, as delegates, our questions should be answered. And so I asked a number of questions, still waiting for a reply, trying to listen to the questions for Delegate Brigade, Delegate Walker. And what I'm hearing is overgeneralizations. And so if you could direct, this isn't a town hall. These were poignant questions, and we need our questions to be answered. If need be, I could email it to your staff, and I'd like these questions to be answered during this report. Thank you.
Mr. Nez, the questions are, I guess, the most immediate response we could help assist. And I know that you probably don't have every answer to all of these questions, or maybe you do. But if that's an excellent suggestion by Madam Chair Crotty, if you want to take that up on her to go ahead and get those questions emailed to you, and then if you would like to respond back to her or your staff there at the command center, I leave that in your ball court.
Yes, I'll be glad to take the questions. If she can forward it to me, yes, we'll, as collectively from the command, we can answer that.
Right. I don't know if you were still answering Elmer Briguet's question or Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Nez.
I think those are my answers, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna go back down then to the board. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nance. All speaker. One thing that there's a couple of entities out there that tell us. I think all the other delegates are in the same scenario. They submitted a 213 and they're trying to wait for a response. And this is the latest from the Tiba City Valley Ridge Mortuary. They made a request. To this day, they said they have not gotten any response or anything from the command center relating to PPE alcohol. I'm going to be sending you an email, and I'm assuming that you guys would work with them and so forth, because that mortuary, all the mortuaries on Navajo probably has dealing with COVID patients or individuals that passed on. So I don't. The other item is the communication. I see if you guys could streamline communication and work collectively to inform the chapters. When you sit down or get on the call with the chapters, they're trying to figure out what's going on, and the chapter system is within the executive branch, and chapters. The other is that Elmer brought up the question on in this pandemic, during this pandemic, is that who is really in control? And to what I understand, it's Jill, yourself, and Mr. Shorty. And what I'm getting to is when you look at the press releases that are issued, your press release comes out secondary from the Health Command Center. President's office press release comes out, and then it's the same thing that's copied, and I believe that's what Key Ellen's talking about. The press release should be coming out from your command first. On the president's office for whomever. But to me, the way the press release is going out is indicating that the president's office is in control of the Health Command Center. And that's where I want to ask, who is in control at this time? But I believe, according to law, it's Dr. Jim, yourself, and Herman Shorty. And thank you.
Hey, Mr. Nez, hold on. I'm going to go to one more individual, then I'll come back to you. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker.
The floor is yours.
I really would. Are you able to hear me, Speaker?
Yes. We can hear you.
Thank you. I'd like to echo sentiments expressed by the Crotty and Delegate So. I think that a lot of the protocols that are set up in place were really just barriers to obtaining information, not actually a method for obtaining anything substantive. I'm not sure I've ever received a 213 back that has any, with the response filled in or anything to that effect. Occasionally I'll get a response from a director or someone for the inquiries that I've put forth. But to Delegate So's point regarding the hierarchy of the Health and Operations Center, it's definitely a farce at this point to assume that it has any sort of independence, because if you talk candidly with anybody who operates in there, they're expressing that there's some sort of rift where they either withhold information, they feel that they ought to be penalized for reaching out directly to delegates. Those are the things that are deeply concerning to me, because then it's just trying to wash over this whole process, not have enough sunlight on it. At this point, we've been challenged as a council that we're not operating in good faith on behalf of the Navajo people because of the way that we've passed legislation. And that's intrinsically tied actually to what the Command Operations Center is doing and the executive branch's response, because there's very, very limited democratic oversight over how this operation is being delivered. In times of crisis, it's important to, I think, provide some deference to the executive branch so that things don't get too muddied up. But at this point, it's infuriating, because all of these comments about we'll accept any work, we'll accept any help, we'll do anything to make this work on behalf of our people are hollow, when we have groups that have raised like millions or up to that of dollars for the benefit of the nation, and they already been able to negotiate something in good faith with the government to have essential worker exemptions for their volunteers who are following like extremely stringent and clinical procedures to do deliveries to our people. Deliveries to our people that are in the absence and real clear elucidation of how that's being accounted for at the Health Command Operations Center. So as delegates, a lot of us are trying to organize this relief in our communities and run up against a lot of institutional barriers, whether it's the continuation of meals being delivered out of schools, which would be ideal for housing and refrigerating products and doing the distribution, and then the 57-hour curfew over the weekend. The president's letter back to that one group, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, expresses that there was this huge uproar over the exemption that was granted for the church services, and therefore we can't grant anything before. Well, those two items are completely dissimilar. A church service is not relief for the entire community. It's not relief for our elders. It's not trying to get products to our homes. And my analysis is totally different from saying, oh, leadership in the Health Command Operations Center is being undermined, the executive branch is being undermined because public health orders are being debated and people are saying this or that. That's hogwash. I haven't heard a single person say that these aren't worthy, that these aren't necessary. Constantly talk to chapter leadership and them, and my influence, they recognize that, of course, there's plenty of people who are not going to abide by what they're saying. But we need to look at the material conditions that make people need to go to board tax. People being paid infrequently, not having a lot of savings, small families that are, paycheck to paycheck. That means you have to make more frequent trips. So you material support, the household, the food delivery, the essential supplies, the diapers, the formula, all of that to our constituents in order to prevent those trips from happening. And any barrier that we put forth to aid that in our communities, I mean, shame on us in leadership for not being able to work it out. But I'm not sure we have much of an honest broker at this point when every single veto that goes through is just, I wrote letters, and a lot of them are just, you're saying, how does one cause the other? Well, how does one thought lead to the other? These blanket pronouncements about protecting the interests of the Navajo people and having no deference to the legislative branch and how we are analyzing legislations and making assumptions that we don't communicate with our constituents. I'm very frustrated because I feel like we're setting up barriers as a government to deliver appropriate aid to our communities that will save lives. And it seems to be a recurring theme where it's kind of like, yes, we're working on this, we're working on the chapter command operations, or we're working on that, and then you're brushed aside. Or yes, we're aware that PPEs there's a shortage in this area. It's not what is the plan and what is the timeline, what is the follow-up. You talk to IHS, they're desperately requesting the level 1 facilities. And I don't see a plan for the comprehensive rollout on the nation. There seems, okay, there's one that just opened up. In theory, I'm supposed to open up in Shinli. But everything is so atomized. We need to see a more comprehensive plan. We need to stop putting up barriers for relief for our people. And we need some serious communication being beefed up between the branches that integrates and leverages the assets of the legislative branch. So really no question there, but I need to express that to the leadership, and I hope that there are people, Vice President, who heard that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. With that, Mr. Nez, I can come back to you now.
Hakushim, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with that 213 response. Again, you know, when I go back and talk about the ICS, again, this is something that's nationwide in terms of emergency operation and emergency response. AEC beta inish ako ebinina 8213 yeah, it's a general message, and also it's used for request for assistance. Ako 8 and again, as an emergency operation, you know, a lot of these are being prioritized on what is the urgency and life threatening. To save a life, however, you know, our main focus is to protect and also to save the Navajo Nation. And that's something that we like I said, we all need to learn on how that process is. You know, the coordination and the communication goes a lot easier. Navajo Nation, 213 accord, emergency management, public health, lago bendani tande, I don't know mortuary, Tuba City, dojo, asking bohodneki, a funeral home, Washigi, Johnny, where the dates are rated at the Honishiki, at the Shinigi, all these, the daily crashes and the natural causes of death, COVID-19 death, Bini, Dehoyandi, Zago, Oshia Hayip, a co a quake, Dohas, the Shin has lay, a co, Quitego, Itai, on the base of Belanda, Ileo, a cohort, Joita, Conte, Generate Aki Sunday, do on the state there, a Quitego, Yati, cold storage, she could take a sapani, Zinzo, Aro, PPE, Nenegi, could take a Hashin, Bebaka, or what? Aro Asha, ni mortuary, Naz Ago Shin Tray, but based on the Halo, that Taggy Shi, Quichi and Nish PPE, Hala, but season that Taggy to be Rashi, but Aro. But season that take or could out take or done show a sergeant PPE was long a quande, which is but they hot zagi she been in a PPE yet that ness the quande. Joation could end the able kiddo she based on the has laid over been that the on hikito Judine way PPE the hot load it that though die the kid that a yet that ness California, don't East Coast, you got that. Eat that, but the hot, ego, oh, how ye are your task. Hedi kore oyo keron tai oyo dustin on tai kutego in hinstin a konde joy do ken hande konde aro pa ta huljisho kutego ya a kutego itahazli ko itashi tani kutata aro Mr. Carl Slater, the information about information being withheld, accountability, and also the regionalization that I'm going to cover here. One of the most critical in any emergency operation is that when funding is forward to you and that it's all written in the ICS is really about accountability. I know that this slows down the process, but at the end of the emergency, there's going to be a lot of evaluation on how this operation went. But one of the areas that we want to make sure is that we spend the money correctly and that there's no abuse. We want to ensure that we're able to track down every dollar that we spend, because we also have a FEMA team that's here that is helping us with all our reimbursement. We have to have a paper trail. We have to have records of all our expenditures so we can get some of this money back on the emergency expenditures. So that's on the accountability and how we use the money in an emergency operation. Now, again, when I talk about priorities, people that are sick, people that are positive, people that are critical, and people that are being transported off the nation. Those are the most highest priority. And we're using a lot of resources there besides IHS and 638. We have federal teams on the ground. We have CDC. We also have other state medical people, doctors and nurses that are being vetted and also being licensed by the state so that we can be able to support our situation here. The people that are co-positive and have high fevers and maybe on ventilators. Those are really the highest priority, and we're putting a lot of our funding in that area. You mentioned about the various budgets from various federal entity, and those fundings are some of them are restricted to certain expenditures, but some of them are identified as COVID-19 assistance, but it's for different various reasons other than medical. However, that's just some of the fundings that we have people here that works with the budget, and we have to go through legal to ensure that we are spending these monies correctly. Now, one of the largest issue here on the nation, it's always been like that, is that we have a federal healthcare system. And some of those healthcare systems we have taken over as a contracted tribal 638. So when there's an emergency like this and you try to combine everybody under one rule on how to respond to an emergency, that's one of the major dilemmas that we run into. And we're barely getting to the point of where we're calling it regionalization, meaning that that we need to learn how to share patients, we need to learn how to share records, medical records, and also we're going to learn share in the cost and the care of our Navajo people. So that work relation is a slow process, but I think that it's coming together, and we have different task force, different groups that are working out these guidelines and procedures on how we're going to do this. We can't just get out there and do what we want to do. We got to have that CDC guide on how to perform these work under emergency conditions, and those are part of the establishments that we need to put in place and then we come together and coordinate how we're going to provide that service. Aro nagaganaide kitigi about who is in charge. You know, when a declaration is put together, and it's all part of the Navajo Nation legislation that the executive creates the Commission on Emergency Management. They're the entity that takes the information from whoever is requesting for declarations. In this case, it was public health that went before the commission, that we have an emergency, that we need this type of emergency, and that we need to cover this broad type of emergency. And it has that concurrence from the executive with the president. So in that declaration is an entity that is identified again through the emergency command system on who's going to be in charge and manage the emergency operation. And that is where I was designated as to be the manager overseeing the emergency operations. Now, when you look at the organizational charts, that's how it's written and how that's set up. Now, on top of the declaration is what they call executive authority. And the first executive authority is Dr. Jill Jim. She is the executive director for Department of Health. So she's the first line executive need for any executive level decision that the operation needs, and that goes up to the president if the president is needed to authorize whatever the need is for the management to continue. So that's how it's structured. Now, in the management piece, as I mentioned earlier, there is a number of federal entity here on the nation that's directly involved in the coordination with Navajo Nation. IHS 638, BIA, because we're using some of their facilities, and BIE working with the schools, and as a nation, all the executive branch has been moved forward to support the emergency operation. Now the council, of course, the council has a role on how one of the major initiatives that you guys did was to be able to pass that emergency funding to the operation itself, and that's one of the major support. However, you also have other responsibilities, and again, you have to go to the ICS structures in any government entity. What is the legislation's role and responsibility during an emergency out of the president's office, executive, as well as the workers and other agencies? How do they coordinate a response to help with what is needed? So, and I just, again, internally, on the structure and the management and how the system is established and set up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nez. Moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So most of my questions have already been asked, but I feel like some of the questions that have been asked that you've answered really have not been answered. My concern is if we put these questions on a 213 form, it's going to sit there like many of our 213 forms are already, where they're already at. I know that I submitted several 213 forms at the very beginning, and to date, they still have not been answered. But I do want to say that I think that your notion of a command center is not what we're seeing being played out right now, which is why we are having these, which is why we're talking or we're asking these type of questions. And for me, it's a little concerning because New Mexico is getting left out on a lot of things. And I'm sure the Utah delegates probably feel the same right now. Here in Shiprock, it's been very difficult to get information from your command center. We are working, thankfully, with Burnett Pine, who has been really assisting our community. But I know that we've asked questions that she, maybe doesn't feel comfortable asking or maybe answering. So I stand by my colleagues who have asked the question, who is actually in charge? Because, people are talking within your command center and they're telling us what's going on within the command center, which is how I think we're able to have the kind of questions that we have right now. And my concern is that the command center is not in control, when they should be. And I feel like the command center is really bottlenecking everything, and which is how we're not able to assist our CHRs, which is how we're not able to assist the senior citizen centers, which is how, we're not able to answer questions. And I think that, the fact that chapter houses were closed down, the very first line of communication coming from the people was shut down, because that's where the people went to get help, to ask questions, to get some kind of, to help them during this time. And to date, I know that some chapter houses are still not open. Some chapter houses are not communicating. And so it is a little bit frustrating, which is why I'm saying that the command center, although your intentions were probably pure, it's not working the way that you think it's working. And how we know that to be true is our people, our community members, our constituents are coming out asking questions about when they are going to be receiving help. So I hope that that things can be corrected there in the command center, and I really hope that that you all understand that not everybody in your command center agrees with the decisions and the actions that are coming out of the command center. And when you bring doubt to a command center that way, you're bringing doubt to the assistance that should be in place helping our people. So I'm a little bit frustrated right now because, again, New Mexico is being left out. And what frustrates me even more, and I know this is out of your control, is that our leaders, our senators, our representatives, even our governor has not reached out to the New Mexico delegates to explain to us, what's going on. I see it happening in Arizona. So it's a little bit disheartening that this is the case, and I hope the nation is listening, as well as our governor. But I will be the first to say that I have yet to see any assistance coming to New Mexico, and I hope that that changes soon. Thank you.
Okay, that moving on down, Chairman So. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, fellow colleagues, delegates. Mr. Nez. I guess see, and yet that any time ki yeah. The Khanil dasoni the hanil that is to math will yahiki hanil aim nahanada has jito hanil aim dasoni. That type of information, AI, so what area were they distributed? That's what we're listening for. General statements. It doesn't satisfy the intent and purpose of committee requesting a report. I see. What was received, what was distributed, what's left in your inventory, and where are those items stored at? We're really concerned. The other part is you mentioned, and we know from Doltex, we hear reports that PPEs were distributed, gloves, masks. But I have personal knowledge that senior managers and their cooks and their drivers have made their own mask or bought their own mask. And they're left dangling out there. They are the ones that are resourceful. They are the ones that are adaptive. They are the ones that are resilient. And you make it sound like, oh yeah, the ones that made their own masks, good. We don't have to supply them anymore. But that, come on, give us some good information. Yes, we're gonna the new receipts of these gloves and masks. We'll give it to those programs. Right now, the senior centers are being basically asked to stay open, and we have knowledge that drivers have tested positive. And that aspect, the protocols that should have been already established on day one, and those folks were told to reopen. They didn't get those protocols distributed to them perhaps on Wednesday morning. I'm concerned. Yes, you are perhaps the commander, but you're calling yourself a manager. The other is, all this time it was an emergency command, and we kept stressing that this pandemic is a health care remedy. And slowly but surely it became a health command center. But what I'm not seeing is a medical doctor or even a person. And you were making it sound like a public health nursing degree basically gives them the aspect to deal with this pandemic. But I'd rather we see somebody that has experienced the MERS or the SARS. Bring in somebody. You got almost X amount of dollars. For a 6-month period, bring in a medical doctor that is experienced with that can really give some adequate medical advice. That would be the medical expert. So that's what I'm seeing. And I don't discount what you, yourself, Dr. Jim, and Herman Shorty is trying to do, but this other aspect really needs to be added to the organization. The other is there's been exposures by the CHRs. Initially, they didn't have any PPEs. And so there is a lot, some of the folks are very much intimidated by this prospect that this virus is easily transmitted from person to person. And that's what really, I guess, is a very big concern. The other part is the chapters are given some responsibility to reopen, and it's the PPE, the 20-day public employment personnel. Even some of the chapter staff are being asked to sign waivers. And if anything, they should be given added coverage on their health insurance. That's the flip side. By having them sign waivers, you're telling these folks, our own people, that you don't count. Do you have a waiver that you signed? Did Dr. Jill Jim sign a waiver? Did Herman Shorty sign a waiver? That's the part that basically you're asking folks down at the community level to do that, and that is unconscionable. And it certainly should not be something that the Navajo Nation Department of Justice should be drafting. And that's the part that really, I guess, is the most troubling. The other is, you mentioned, and the way the organizational chart shows, epicenter answers to the command center. Now, we've had several discussions to require that the epicenter start providing the data by gender, male, female, how many are positive, the data by age, how many infants, how many 10 to 20, how many 20 to 30, how many 30 to 40. Once those are graphed out, then you would see that it affects every segment of our population. But when you give data that says that the general age is this much, that doesn't really give the reader a good picture. And then the other is the data that would basically give of the ones that passed. The ones that passed give the age and gender. And that way there's the realization that, yes, there is this matter that we have to socially distance, we have to socially wear masks. And I guess the social distancing term really means a physical distance. A physical distance of 6 feet. That is something that your group really has to, I guess, be more detailed in providing the data. And if you could, please provide that to the council from day one to the present. Right now, and in receipt of a report from the IHS, I reported that the folks at UNM that are part of the metals research team that have helped the Red Pond community, the Church Rock community chart the epi data. And for those folks, then they really realize that it's affecting every segment of their community. And so that's the type of detailed report I would rather be listening to. And then give us a report on which chapters are the ones that have stepped up. And if you could basically then start reporting by chapter the numbers that I detailed, then that's when it would hit also. Right now by counties, we're not a state organization. We're the Navajo Nation. We're demarcated by chapter boundaries. Our lowest unit of Navajo Nation government is chapters. We ought to be reporting by chapters. That's where the local community residents would really realize, yes, it is among us. We better wash our hands. We better get sanitizers. We ought to do the recommendations from the Centers for Disease Control. And that's the part that I really wanted to emphasize. And it's not just a question, it is a demand for these detailed data that I really want to see. Because you know what? Some of us have a little bit of college education. And we took statistics courses where we could basically then find some definitions to where we could be most helpful in the delivery of this message to the local folks. Mr. Chair, Brother Damon, that would be the extent of my statement and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So with that, let me go back to Mr. Nez for a response. The time now is 5:01 p.m., colleagues. Mr. Nez, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, yeah. Aro na di kidiki food ocean ha we go taani. We wish we could have all that information. That would be something that will, make things a little easier. Ashiani o akwante. Ashin sao po otahone. with our personnel. However, I'll answer the best I can. New Mexico, everyone has their own interpretation. But from the command, we do our we do a conference call with the 3 governors and the secretaries. We do updates on where the balance is in terms of emergency response. State EOC, Emergency Operations Centers, liaisons, the tribal liaisons with all the tribes. We do have these conference calls. Emergency response. So whatever that I covered as our structure and our response with working with the hospitals, with the medical staff, and also our public health staff, the various entities that supporting us, the National Guard, the FEMA, so when we talk about a incident command systems, and technically it's a management of the whole operation. Government entity. A lot of it is management and decisions on what needs to be met or what needs to be completed. As I mentioned earlier, from the incident commander position, I can only aid, again, using ICS, I can only work with a few people. I can't cover the whole Navajo Nation in terms of doing face-to-face or working with up to individual Navajo citizens on how we're helping. So I just want to say that we're trying our best to meet the needs of the Navajo Nation, particularly the priority and the people that are getting sick from COVID-19. You see that specific information on the EPI report. We work with EPI, meaning that CDC has been here and CDC will be here, and a lot of these data collections on how we generate the numbers and how we determine the trend or the focus on a lot of these how the virus is threatening the nation. So how in depth are we gonna go for data? Yeah, those will require a lot of professionals, and yeah, they can do a lot of outreach on a lot of that information. And one day we will be seeing all of those information.
Do you want to stay here? Did you want to take these and finish shopping? I'll finish shopping. Okay, thank you.
So,
colleagues, hold on, it says somebody's shopping and somebody's door is open. Can you please mute your phones, colleagues?
So, issue with a data get on a sato yen lot on the on emergency response, and also every day. And yes, anatli. What are we gonna do for the day? What needs to be done for the day? I could take a priorities as kid no supplies, materials, resources, so we go through those inventories on where those things needs to go. But that those 213 that a lot of those specific information on the. I have a document sitting here in front of me on the cloth masks donated and some of these are individuals from their home. 20 so right now as I got the numbers right here. I got 3,370 cloth masks. I call 8 out and das nijo and they have a list and where those went with the numbers attached. I call again those the needs gijo you see beta initially. Auto exposure we didn't have a lot of protective equipment when the work needed to be done with our employees. And the tribe have insurance coverage and because every incident where an employee is positive and reported to our human services and we get these positive which is the initial from various entities. Some of them are positive. So again, back to the data about breaking it down to specifics. We're using the 60H as a medium, and a lot of this is again based on how this format is used across other entities that are impacted. Because this is a pandemic, it's a worldwide spread. We're using some of their formats on how we use these information. I can bring this back to the EPI in our next meeting on, how far can we get more specific on their data and takes a lot of research and effort to make sure that we are accurate on a lot of these information. Like I said, from the state, from the counties, from the cities, from border towns, Navajo Nation, from IHS and 638. So, and no numbers no statistics. It's going to take me a week to come up with some more data. Also, again, back to the chapter setup. Dr. Yellowman, she is in the command system organizational structure. DCD, 110 chapters. I don't hear chapter that is called kon den chun khodo ati no the neta nenegi tuhogin khana ke saro trash ke ki do nakhat di khanti ata inish jo ko khotego bi ke ta hoilia do aro ti chi yang na ke ki sto to shon kha ta ni shon kha nakhan ta ni lego nabat kha jo do khotego ya aro ta chapter bisnil nishigi kon shi आज बस आज shi jo khashit ya chapter officials to DCT employees to tago ya ni gay ba ta is ligi da khalet ale isna nishto khalet ale ya penat lola during this emergency because you know the critical situation here is that we have a pandemic emergency operations call and that is hidden tibetal energy binina etia le do nishigi skinshop never cut or was go to yegon mission danish ko ego yes how anish skinshop hole shigi binina isha you know we got some people that record a lot of our meetings and discussions and decisions ko putego biskai kona hot ina no ado launch hot ashiki putego ben an shiki ta ko da kwich I see that led sahona yegoni te nati konde you know our role and our responsibility is to help the Navajo people ko kutego in his has ani ko here.
Thank you, Mr. Nez, for those comments and the questions that were answered to colleagues, and thank you, colleagues, for answering asking those questions. I know that there's still some unanswered questions, and what I'd like to do is maybe Mr. Nez, with you and your team, I know that there's going to be numerous different emails that are probably going to be flying your way after this discussion, and further trying to identify how we can better start a communication process to help my colleagues understand what's going on there at the command center and with each individual organizational charts that have been going out, like you indicated, whatever's going on with Dr. Yellowman or whatever's going on with Dr. Jill Jim and those avenues that they're pushing out too as well. And it seems like what we need to do is really try to help assist. And as indicated from numerous, my colleagues have suggested they're here to help assist in that process. But they're just looking to have answers so that when they're out there on the front lines too as well, getting those questions asked to them, they want a response and they want that information as just as well as you know it, just as well as everybody else knows it there at the command center so that we can keep our people informed. So I guarantee you after this call is done, Mr. Nez, you will get some emails, and if there's a possibility to CC the entire council or include it back to Chief of Staff Lashana So or Mr. Asa Washings or Mr. Donovan Hanley, who's there on a daily basis at the command center to help, or even our communications director, Mr. Byron Shorty, in order for him to get that information back. You can circulate those emails back to us so that we can go ahead and get that information back to my colleagues so that they can go ahead and take that back to their people. Colleagues, it's now 5:16 and I did request, I do have Honorable Vince James and Honorable Freeland still ready to go, but if you'd like to talk to Mr. Nez, that'd be great. But if it's a pressing issue, I'd really like to make sure the staff gets home in a timely manner this evening, colleagues. But I'll leave that to your discretion. Just a plea from myself to make sure that the staff gets home here. Honorable James.
Another speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, they Kodo said Kahas Nico. So he's another 20. Mr. Nes Kodo Nandish Kido Lake. At Saiki, ya a shahad the Dishni. Hinan the shop penny Konza, the whole Jishiki. Out of Pindan Nashiki, Elsa large and dish Atlako. Chase the sock Kaido and the Hanet large she ate of Ido or what on his Ahoy Jish. A coco Aben Nach a Kodo San Nadish Kidiki. Ya be the hardly our AAT Kodo based on Leniki. Jet the Hiliahila, fake base got the dot Ala. A call. Aje fait out sheet a Jenny Ilia. Ada did the Kuhikon Jenny Ilia. Do lunch and Hilia Hida, the Benina, Aya, do Hojo, Nanish, the Niki, then Blinda. A coco, a quiet yiki, but not this kiddo lake. A call. That all her huge at a Kodo and need not a kid a call. The Stanasis Taniki. I don't know, Kikona Agi, ya. Later, for the stand like Yat A Coco report, Nahanda E. A call RJ Executive Branch, a large and Hatasatahi, don't kill Natasatahi. RJ Hit our Shin to A Besnan Nesh, Besnan Potja Hopana. The lean A Benin not A Kodo. Quarterly report, na halong. Your monthly report or your bi-weekly report sa hado sa godas in hayat she to yo na adil kita dole. Akot cheta hot aho. Ako did o hayuje ni hitanan leniki hala na adil kid ebeni not kodoba na adil kid. Akot na so leniki tabakao. Niche Conings and Hoshit Ayat a President Nez has under a concession Benyaya Ijaha she reports on Jono Hade del E. Halate Ado Hot or Shatala Ado Tagon Eki Nana Kodo Ben Hikanda a Lord Don Hitch Koda Liagi Hanet La Nihisala has Ani. Ado Nana Ajet at East in the Yahiki, Anahot Ekode at East Kotza no Ad a large extender Kaigi, Haned Lat A Ado the Epic Kodasa. Oko Fenza the Hatni Gopo. The law has Ando Aten, to a Hala Yon, which I call Inda. Ah, Hanada the East in the Yahiki. Ado nana content, Sesiki to Akonada ne. Do a yan hawin in do a large nan hit nenda. Upon the Haneko, did arts is which a nahot a Haneko. In Jessa Arden de Kreshe. Yan de Kodo, be Hadanit a hit Ado be at a hoto Nessi, don't hit a Kotad either. Only the Benet the hard the she, Opa Hutchin or Askayata, ito Naz Nel. Don't hit a Kotad either. Jokot Ado a Bahna at the kitten Lenko. Ado Nana, deacons of the whole system. Nihis a loud or dot isn't the Yedo content, Sessi, Joe Quaggy a large and dark Krego. A de Astati Bahas Argo. Joe cut out Bakodor, Nisiki, the age of thought Naabik'íyáti. Harlot a arch a large and sedated any a large and Honda carding his allow. Dot isn't the way in the Yehido content, Sessi. But Chinaholo, Dobe talk cat a hollow, Benala cat a hollow, Harlate our show hey names Nesho, Hojit Asati, Hashin so a Nahuito Ash, Archie Handa Cheta, Sentadole, Archie Tati Dikis, Ado Nachinaba Nanta, Ado Besanani, Lenagadi has under Ado Nanta, a Codonje, a Cot Arjuna has Ado less, Arjibin has the Disney. Jokot has Aniki, the A list of Naabik'íyáti, the Dosh Nahabik Naabik'íyáti, the Okodat, Echo, Ado Nana de Beson, the Niki,
ตีเดตมีสเปซคนนี้ล้านเห็นคนเลียเปขนาดตีเปสฟังสันนี่เลนี่กีโอยกสัตว์ยาพาตัดสีขันหันเลนโอเคเปสอนเห็นคนเลียคนเราเบล้านสีเลนคนเราหาชินเขาล้านเจเป็นนั่นเชื่อใจเดลนี่กียาปะเป็นเนลตัวเล็กเบบักข้าหน้าดวตัวเล็กโน่เชื่อจะคุยหันเนี่ยน้าเปสวยดีโอเคคนเราตีเดตมีสเปสอนเห็นคนเดียเนี่ยจนเฮียเปสฟังสันนี่เลนี่กีตัวคนอาสันครับปัจจัยต่างเดียดที่อาเปสฟังสันนอสนี่กีเปสชินอตัวเล่นคิดเนะเล่นปัจจัยน่าข้าฮีกีตัวอาดอนฮิตตัวนี้ดเป็นนี่นาคนเราเปสฟังสันนี่เลนี่กีอินฮิตเนี่ยหัดละที่ฮิตเนะเดนี่ปัจจัยน่าชัวจะคนอาตัวปะนาดิสคิดตัวเล็กข้าชเนะน่าเปสวยดีนี่จะคุยเลียเนี่ยอาจจะ executive branch อันจะก็อาจจะเปสวยยกเดนนกเคโดอาเดนคนเนที่ให้ล้านจะสตาให้เป็นเจ้าข้ายิ่งอาดอนเดนักคิดข้าเฮเคเดข้าชิเป็นเจ้ายิ่งอันนี้เขาจะเป็นฟังอันนี้เลนี่เป็นส่วนนี้เคโดขันจาก็ชิเป็นสักขัดจิชโอเคนะฮะอันนี้กีเป็นนี่นะดิฉันข้าชเนี่ยละเป็นส่วนที่นี่จะคุยเลียยังอาดอนนาตันอาเดนนี่ข้าอันตะอัลวตัวตันอาเนตให้ยูสิ่งดันเลนี่กีขันเนี่ยด้านสิ่งฮัลโหลนี่จะคนเดียละอาดอนเลยฮัสตัวฮัสอันเดนนาโยทอเดนฮัสอันเดนสิ่งปีทอเดนฮัสอันเดนเล็กน่าฮัสก็เดนฮัสอันเดนทอดัดยานดัดสิ่งเปต้าน่าเฮกีให้ยูอาร์จิกยันที่จะคนเดียก็นัดเดสเนลละให้คนจะคนก็เดตัวนัดสอสปะข้าวละยาตัวเลยคนเลี้ยงอาจจะเป็นข้าวเด็ดกีอาจจะเป็นนานสเตสคนเลี้ยงกีฮัลโหลคนที่จะคนเดียอาดูนัดดินที่จะเน้นเดนี่กีเป็นคนเดียขอยกข้าจะควายกีอดคิดหรอกจะคนนัดสอสตอนที่จะโคสเดก็ฮาเล็กคนให้จะเป็นนสโตเลจะคนอาดูนาที่คนหาชินโซนัดสอสให้ยูขดัดเลียอาดอนเฮลัดนัดอันนี้ตัดสตาฮีกีนัดสอสในหัวท้าหัวตัวจีที่เดนเฮจน่าฮอตคอนเดเปสไปหันเนะนี่จะนัดกีคอนเดเปหัสนี่กีคอนตับข้าหัดนอกข้าชินอันนั้นจะนัดสอสขัดนี่เดนตานี่หัวคนจะเดนะฮะทวินเฮซานฮาชิชิอาทินัดสอสเดจ้าจะหุยนะเฮโชเฮที่คนจะขอตัวเนี่ยที่อ่านเห็นน่าฮอตฮัสเลนที่ควายกี่ฮัลโหลแบบอ่านเห็นปออสเลนคนจะขอตัวเนี่ยนี่เห็นนั่นจะหุยเนี่ยอาจจะน่าสนเฮซาบิกเอ็นดาฮีนี่คนจะเนี่ยเดนจะข้าชินที่ฮิตโอบิกเอ็นนี่คนเป็นเห็นข้าจะอาจจะนอกคนจะเชื่อเนี่ยเชื่อทันอันโดก็น่าจะเนี่ยแบบอันโดปนาชาฮีกีจะคนเชื่อเนี่ยเลนี่กีเยสินดาฮัดเนี่ยก็คนชอบเดี๋ยวก็ได้ก็นะคะอาทิตย์นี้ก็นะคะแค่ดินเนี่ยน่าสนเลนี่บักไฮคนสัตว์เลนี่เป็นฮัสตีตัวเลเชสข้าฮัสตีตัวฉะนั้นอันที่สถานสถานีกีแค่
Honorable Freeland, time now is 5:26 p.m.
Okay, Speaker, I'll make it very brief. I have a lot of questions. I'll put all my questions in writing, but two real big ones that I have to ask. Number one, on the President's press releases regarding the number of cases, I have to disagree with those numbers, unfortunately. I don't think those numbers are accurate because they don't count all of our Navajo people entirely. You're leaving out a lot of people in the border town, a lot of our Navajo people in the border town. And then especially the GIMC counts. Farmington. You also have a lot of people in Albuquerque. You don't even have any positive cases out of Tuajale for Bernalillo County or Socorro County down in Alamo. So, those numbers are not accurate. And I always thought that press release should actually come from the command center, not the president's office. Number 2, NCI. What are we going to do about NCI? That's it, Speaker. I'll email the rest of my questions. I have a lot of questions, but I just wanted to mention that the data is real important. The data is what drives numbers. Our sister posted on her Facebook page a heat map of the Navajo Nation where there's positive cases. That heat map should be distributed every day, indicating where positive cases are located, because our constituents need to know that. We get stopped a lot of times asking, how many cases do we have here? How many cases do we have here? I don't know. We don't know. And that heat map speaks volume. That picture, that heat map should be sent out every day. So I'll write all my questions down on an email, in the form of an email, Speaker, but thank you.
So that's, or is yours, I don't know if you want to respond again in email or if you would like to respond right now.
Yeah, I can respond to the questions from the two delegates. Yeah, I want to go back to Daniel So on one of the questions that he asked on the medical expert support. Ninigi, the command, it must have a medical expert support, and that's a given because we're working with 13 hospitals and again with outside hospitals as well. So obviously, we have what do you call those subject matter experts from medical and also from a public health experts. Kuta advisor on his decisions are included. So I just wanted to, I forgot to mention that. Kodoye and I did kiddigi about, my salary. I took this position based on the knowledge and the experience that I have as a incident commander. So, you see, shikihotini, doda kotini, joda hitane, kotego, bisnashnagade holji, ashin kotini, you see, benachi, kotego, Kodo Command Center, Incident Commander, Manager, what a title. I don't agree, OPVP, Bisnan, Shiki, Corona Rede, need addition, a Halet Ale, Bisnan, Shiki, the President is the executive authority, a Kotego, a large, a bata. Ako kutego eja ni with taten kutego eya yeni ketes in aroha tego shin anahoti tahui lege president bahat eho aro kutego nahaye lana ishi nagay the resources do tago in le the if there's a decision that needs to be made, all clear to the President, U.S. President's Office of Congo, request for assistance of that. It is in. Out of the monthly report, Nenegi, Ashia, Neo, Jun Hida Kodo, Dainisto, Dahoni Yazugo, Nation, Lenegi, Kodon Hilhas Ado, Kotego, daily report, Kotego, Handa, the Halnel, what is the progress for the day? Ado, is Kashi, Hatiben, nada dosnish. Kutego nada il nicho kutego banda winti ebinina we have a plan in sections. Kutego yeni kites in. I don't know law enforcement. There's a law enforcement section. Ako ajay pinda aki are kutego isan hisyanata kutego sto. Nihilche ato ben yinda dil nishikido hatila ate nsinla. What are the needs? So hotego esto kodobich hotel. Ashe anishi nagayde khahol zaid ani taten bitte da hoye bitego holji kond kade ani ko tibich hotel nagay criminal investigation it's not jahakido nagay it's bita nashikido it's pena ki joda tege da ene yen hisn dal neto hatishin nigido yen dal khahita kuda tegi jo era te khode hilchedi ato benach aju ta hwet ahagi stop khodo ni command system gi kutego bihiti got first responders nge na nishin denegi nil nisho hawago na ta jushin da hot ni there's a CDC guide hayi nge ta hot indiki all the events that happen before us. There's a lot of best practice that were identified from those incidents. California, New York City, Kotego are best practice ki CDC Johotego these government entity all the way down to a city government. These are the best practices. These are recommendations. Kodon he guidance gi sarnasta haipinte ko a first responder neniki hawadan na ka keta ta hosia la ta hawadiya na ka ko so ya ni vedi bi skinigi ani da satina ja aro hatishi ben anshigi kota te gi do pa hit o do aro tatikis kota te I think that's just very common sense information on how you protect yourself with your families. $4 million. A week ago, $1.5 million. Should they see ACS, but the alternative care sites, motel tree don't eat, if there's 50 beds, we have to feed 50 people 3 times a day. Yigo today don't eat a core, ishin sashin ado do this ado Hans, that's all she what this is. Agishin Dani, Nada, she not ani the she could basis nada yukido conde. Jada ten not so speaking hatcha todo hayigo pandario lesiki which is the whale zistik at he comben not ilnishiki. Aro the donation, nenigi stoda kunte ultra kunal sospakata neto aro Chico, Hago la Titan, Teto Halanel, Teto Hela Bitche, to Ada that and all, Sosta Baca, although Shatado, that Eki, we need to ensure that we are accountable, everything that's coming in and going out and where it's going. So, that Eki internally, the operations, Eki, Yegobata, Hoshiajo, Yegodo, Kizadi Hodada Pizza. Aroda Ningay Epidenal Sos Adish Enegi Nal Sos Bakata Negi Nia Sata number that to she's taken Joda Day Skins of Hat Esho Quella Doya Doya Jo Hotel Skins of Shanatle Johota became the Huizde. Jodani so a lot of these, everything is human error. So we're trying to keep it as accurate as you can. hita yini so ko kujin hit Navajo Nation but that ki ade hata yini kutego eya na hita yini aro ne NC aje to skin so to ti aje ho ti ki ado khalet ale hashana liya age do khalet a ho ti so do na na da hot le wali ha go da kut ho ti the NCR da hot le na liya ba wano da che kunati ko so person to person hidatil na gipini na it's very contagious with be ata huiliand satada hunati so dia hutza eti akune na kani test da bitilia go positive motel kane kinsa kane isolation bin ye to jonto je abo ta khagi shipini na kinsa isolated or niso koi ado pinso traho kis aro jo cheho do niso and aro de chenano tinto le sala ni hiten di anda ko ko tego chanal honi tan aro hido kodo an hiten ne leden da kagi jo bisa huil ne do da kodo bi kedan linigi da handi ade so ba haya do ashida tatanne kai that ki fortune hido da jon hitane that so kweki de do skin so ashin behana si do le condition ashani are dai de kidigi she ya kodoshi pani tlashi you'll be more detail on what you asked of me from the command center do.
Thank you, Mr. Nez. Thank you for taking your time this afternoon to fill in my colleagues with some more useful information that they can take back to their constituents and to their individuals that are on the front line. Colleagues, time is 5:39 p.m. I don't have anybody else on the docket. I don't have anybody texting in.
Motion to adjourn.
There is a motion. There is a second. Going once. Going twice.
Motion
Listen,
to
as before we go, I just want to let you know that you will get some emails not only from the individuals, come up from my colleagues, but also from the speaker's office. So we're writing down all the information that they were asking so we can get a heavily good response back to them collectively. With that, colleagues, our board, round horn on accepting the report.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes red. My questions were not answered.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
This is Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr., a vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Almer P. Begay. Honorable Almer P. Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate.
Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate Vince
Honorable
James.
Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable
Delegate
Edmund
Vince
Yazzie
James.
did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 10 in favor, 7 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
Motion to adjourn.
A vote of 10 in favor, 7 opposed. On accepting the report for Navajo Nation Health Command Operation by Mr. David Nez. That, colleagues, moving on down. There's a motion to adjourn? Was that?
Speaker, I second the motion. The report from Western Privilege. Yeah.
Colleagues, can you mute your phones? I can't hear. There was a motion? Who was that motion by?
Motion by
Well, Slater, was that you, a motion to adjourn?
No, I had a question of privilege prior to the motion to adjourn.
Question of privilege by Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is a request to you and the Office of Legislative Counsel to look into the following matters. I'm curious to, I think it'd be important for our colleagues in the nation to understand the ability of the executive branch to limit relief activities on the Navajo Nation. And an extension of that is an analysis of the public health orders, the validity and authority, and the genesis of them, whether this is the first time they've been issued, whether they've been issued in the past, and particularly concerning questions around executive power and what's contained therein. It's new territory for all of us, and I think it's really important for us to have a sound like legal something from our attorneys on these orders and the ability for the executive branch to organize this. And then I have related to that is donations based off the new policy where there's only one official donation to the Navajo Nation through the Attorney General and the Department of Health. Can those be cleared by the nation once they enter the nation or somewhere else? Because I think if we look at the behavior of the U.S. government, it's
Almost later, you keep breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Okay. The extension is the donation policy, and can the donations be commandeered by the Navajo Nation once they come onto the Navajo Nation? I'm hearing a lot of reports that people are being very secretive in how supplies are being delivered to IHS and elsewhere because of the actions that have taken place over the last couple of weeks from the executive branch. Third, can you have the communication staff and ASA collaborate together to look at some of the state EPI reports, daily reports, or weekly reports, and use them as templates for information to be distributed out to the Navajo Nation? The ICS reporting to the delegates are way too limited and aren't intended for a broader audience. And we need that for people who are sophisticated to read more of a report and not scroll through a PDF. And then lastly, or second to last, can your attorneys, and I know that we've done this in the past regarding a few different items, but look into creating a 9/11 style commission for the Navajo Nation's response to COVID-19 and start thinking through that and what sort of mechanisms maybe need to be put in place now in order to document decision-making processes, information, and memorialize important events that are happening now so that in the future this can be prevented. And then lastly, with the alternative care sites, can you please look into the notion of creating them for our traditional knowledge holders and Hataklis and doing it in coordination with, the medicine men's associations? Because I think, at what point do we just need to be upfront and be like, we need to protect our traditional knowledge holders and our Hataklis, and how are we going to do that? I think we need to set aside maybe some alternative care sites specifically for them. So thank you, Speaker. A lot of these are related to, I think, what we just have to say now, and I'll say on behalf of a lot of my colleagues, just a real and legitimate fear among delegates that their communities have been, or currently being denied resources
based off political calculations, and we're afraid to speak up on behalf of a lot of issues and be critical because of that, I think, very legitimate fear based off of the composure of things right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Almost Slater, there's going to be staff that are going to call you, or if you could write I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 things. If you could put that in an email too as well, so we can help clarify, especially the first one on the executive branch, second one about the donation policy, third one is about the EPI reports. That one's straightforward. Fourth one's looking into creating a 9/11 style commission on COVID-19. And the fourth one is alternative care sites. If you could put that into a memo and forward that over, then we can go ahead and I'll start forming that individually out to the staff so that they can start working on these.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to make it on the record. We'll happily do that. Thank you, Speaker.
All right.
Speaker.
Yes.
Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman So.
Yes. That was Brother Carl Slater's question of privilege. I'd like to put it into a motion, if it calls for a directed motion, I'd like to make it to basically get these items that he's delineated into action.
Okay, well, if let me do this. If Delegate Slater can give me that information this evening, we can pump it up to make sure that everything's right. Then tomorrow when we come back for council, you can make that directive at that time. And the reason why is because I don't want to make a directive right now when it's kind of still muddled. That's what I would request of that right now, Chairman. So.
Thank you, Chair Damon Otto.
So, and the reason why is because I want to make sure that everybody's well aware of it and we can send that information out and everybody knows what the directive is.
I'll listen to your counsel. I will then, when we receive it, then we'll put it as part of the agenda tomorrow.
Okay,
thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Colleagues, I don't have anything else right now. I mean, we have more reports. Looks like we're going to farm out those reports and maybe have them at individual calls next week. If not, then then we'll move them on to the next NABI. But there has been a request from some of the colleagues who have texted me asking for reports individually, particularly ones like from the public safety and from the veterans who can start setting up those meetings, those specific teleconference updates, and we can start putting that together and making sure that's part of next week's schedule. So other than that, colleagues, thank you again. The time is 5:56 p.m. What's the will of the committee?
Motion to adjourn. Second on that.
Honorable Freeland, is that you motioning?
Yes, sir. Our staff needs to get home.
Motion by Honorable Freeland, second by
Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Speaker.
Question of privilege.
Delegate Mayor Chair.
Question of privilege. Madam Chair.
Yes, Speaker, it's Jaha. I just wanted to know, are our staff essential personnel? Are they covered that way? Thank you.
Yes, they are. even though they're essential personnel, I'm gonna give you a scenario. There's a couple of individuals that are looking at me right now who had to get to the grocery store. The grocery store closes in an hour, and they have limited about, so you only can buy 2 things of meat. And individuals are on a daily basis having to do that. So even though if you have an essential personnel memo, that essential personnel memo only lasts until as long as you can get goods or services. So it doesn't happen. You can be out and whatever, but you can't provide food. That's why I'm trying to get them out so that they can get to the grocery store or they can get wherever in order for them to be back. Even if they get pulled over after 8 o'clock, they have that essential memo. Because I just want them to make sure that they're getting there's essentials in order for them to get back home every day, back to their families.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez.
Yes, I would like to just say thank you. And I honor for Speaker Damon and 24th Council. Really appreciate your presence here today. My request is for the veterans issues. I'd really like to have a teleconference related to veterans issues by Olin Kiyomiya. So if you could set that date as soon as possible, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
As indicated earlier, Chairman, that's what we're going to be doing along with the other requests for updates. So as soon as we can get a confirmation and get that together on the agenda for our weekly calls, and then we can go ahead and send that out as soon as possible. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. God bless.
Any other comments, questions? Yep. Ron Horn. Adjourning. 6 p.m.
We vote? I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kennedy. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Crotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Herman M. Daniels.
This is Herman M. Daniels, Jr. I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Question of privilege. Question of privilege for myself, colleagues. This is Damon. I am, Chief of Staff is going to send out an immediate email to everyone. And I need everyone to call in after this to another line. I just got some information and I need everyone to immediately call into that line. Thank you.
Your request is noted, Speaker.
Yeah, continue.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green chili.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker.
$16 in favor, 0 opposed, motion carries. Colleagues, there was a number that was just sent out to you. If you would please call into that immediately, I really appreciate that. Thank you.